All right, hello everyone, and welcome to my stream today. This is my second stream back, and I'm pretty happy to have a guest today. It was funny. I was gone for a month, and I felt like, that I have a ton to talk about last week. But the truth of the matter was, I was pretty much far away from everything, so I didn't really have as much to talk about as usual. And I don't know. It feels like it's weird to be away for like a month and then find people still talking about the exact same stuff you were talking about before you left, and other than things like milk or whatever. So yeah, I'm actually very excited to actually be getting into some technology today, and to talk about something a little bit different, maybe a little bit new, maybe something you haven't seen before. I've been looking at performance benchmarking, to answer the question of how to render the DOM the fastest, or render really anything the fastest, for quite some time now. So whenever new approaches, change the math, so to speak, they definitely get my interest. If you all are wondering what's going on right now, yeah, come say hi. I call this the pre-roll killer, because if you're on Twitch, it will definitely sit there and play ads for you, because I am not so tech savvy as to play ads in a reasonable manner. I guess another thing I can do usually right now is tell people that we're live. So give me 2 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, come say hi in the chat. Oh, sorry, maybe take a drink. It's getting hot the last couple weeks. Hey. Good, people are coming in. Let's retweet here. And we are live. And I should put my Twitch channel. I feel like I got a bunch of new subscribers this week for some reason. I guess when you make big announcements, people are, I don't know. New people find out about the project and find out about streaming, that I do these streams. So here we are. Actually, let's share my screen for a second. I haven't actually done that. Yeah, I am completely killing time right now. All right. But no, in all seriousness, I've been looking at this stuff for quite some time, right? Back in 2019 on Medium, I posted an article which was like fastest way to render the DOM, right? Fast way to render the DOM. And this article is pretty out of date now. I wrote it May 28th, 2019. But it was I'd kind of decided that there was a few different ways that we could render the DOM, basically. There was fine-grained reactive, like what Solid and Surplus did. There's virtual DOMs, like Eevee and, what is the company? Inferno. And then there were this other kind of category, which were kind of like, almost like dirty checking, a library called DOM-C, and lit is an example of this kind of thing. It's like a single pass diff, right? Reactive's about fine-grained updates. This kind of lit and DOM-C were about single pass. And then there was Inferno and Eevee and most VDOM libraries, which I call two passes, because you do one pass to construct the virtual DOM and then a second pass to diff it. And I mean, sure, it's kind of obvious why these different approaches would have different kind of performance characteristics. But what ended up happening at the end of my thing was that this showed me, I think, let's see, what was the final chart? I can't remember. But essentially, signals are really good for fine-grained updates. The single pass DOM diff was actually really quite good. I had some few other signals libraries, and then again, the single pass diff, and then it was the virtual DOMs that were basically the slowest version of how you do this, right? Basically, nothing could beat pre-compilation in terms of optimization with reactivity. but single pass diffing was in many cases almost identical. After I did this test and wrote this article, I talked to, I tried to, I was like, something doesn't add up. So I actually looked and tried to figure out what the virtual DOM would be the fastest at. And it was through that kind of research that I found out, what is it called? The real cost of components. Maybe it's the real cost of UI components. This looks like my SEO is not as good as it used to be. There we go. And I took a very similar test, and this one you can tell it was actually only like a month later. It took me a couple of weeks to put this example together. But what I had managed to realize was that the virtual DOM was actually really, really good at being cheap when you have millions of components. And a lot of the reactive libraries, or even the single pass diff ones, were not. They weren't as optimized for this case. And when I did my research, in the end, it was Solid and the virtual DOM libraries that actually did the best for performance. Solid because it doesn't have components, and the virtual DOM libraries because they had almost no components. And it was actually stuff like Svelte and Lit that actually did really poorly. And it was really interesting to me because I could start seeing this balance between the cost of fine-grained updates and the cost of like doing diffing. And it was sometime around this time, and I don't know if you guys all came here to sign up for a history lesson, but that Dominic Ganaway, the creator of Inferno, reached out to me for the first time. He'd seen the work that I was doing, and he's very appreciative of the fact that I mentioned that the virtual DOM was not necessarily that slow. And he was like, Ryan, I gotta tell you something. He was like, I've got a version of the virtual DOM that I created that is even faster than what you get Solid in these benchmarks, or it's basically the same speed. And he's like, I came up with it while working at Meta on the React team, and we had the choice to go that direction or go into Fiber and do like the concurrent rendering. And the team decided that to solve Meta's code issues in terms of like how big their apps were and how like state changes all over the place could basically blow up cost in a way that like you're not going to find in a micro benchmark. He's like, we decided to go the other way, and it was incompatible. But he's like, there's a way to build the virtual DOM that's way faster. He's like, in my head, I think you're on the right track. The virtual DOM isn't the virtual DOM. To me, the virtual DOM isn't this tree of virtual nodes representing DOM elements. It's the holes. He's like, if you view the virtual representation as the holes, which is what you're doing with your reactive graph in Solid, you basically have the same kind of characteristics without reactivity. And I was like, okay, I buy it. It makes sense. I tried some performance stuff like that around DOM-C or whatever, but I didn't get anywhere. But I was like, I'll trust you, but until you prove it, I'm just going to have to, assume that, it's something maybe more performant than Inferno, but, we got to measure it. And he's like, he just kind of, left me with hints. He was too busy working on Lexical at the time. But about 6 months later, the creator of DOM-C came back with a new library called One More, which was essentially a virtual DOM library that basically was single pass, kind of like his DOM-C library that worked on the holes. So this is 2020 sometime, and it was right up there with Solid. He'd done it, and I didn't even realize the virtual DOM. I just assumed that it was like a better UX or DX for DOM-C. So I didn't really pay that much attention. I was just like, okay, he's still doing good work. And then about a year after that, another library comes out called Block VDOM, and again, same kind of characteristics. And at this point, I'm just like, okay, something is going on here. There's these guys building these virtual DOM libraries that are actually benchmarking like indistinguishable with the reactive libraries. Like they're basically in the same zone. What is going on here? And I realized kind of reverse engineering Block DOM that they'd taken the same cloning method that Solid used. Basically, the whole trick to why reactivity was fast was because we could use a compiler to extract the static parts. And most VDOM libraries like to re-render the same thing every time, like that's the whole React thing. But these guys had optimized for creation the same way that the reactive libraries had, using cloning nodes and whatnot. And I was like, okay. But the thing was, the DX around Block DOM was kind of terrible. So I was like, okay, I'm going to keep my eye out for this. This seems very promising, but like there's this, we haven't got to a point where this is really usable. And then about a year after that, that's when I first heard of Million.js. And again, very big claims, 70% faster than React, all this kind of stuff. And I was like, okay. And sure enough, I was a little skeptical at first. I went in some of my benchmarks and it was not terribly fast. It was okay. It was like Preact. But it's not like breaking up the whole thing. And I was like, okay, well, that's interesting, but let's give this a little bit of time, and we'll see where things go. Because again, a lot of people talk. We've seen stuff like Imba. We've seen lots of frameworks over time talk about performance, and then when put in kind of like generalized tests, don't quite live up to the same thing. But another 6 months later, Aiden, who I'd talked to a little bit about the performance stuff, came back, and he'd done it too. He got right up to the front of the benchmark. Using this Block DOM technology. So at this point, I'm very interested to see what's going on here, because we're getting to a point where now there's been several libraries kind of touching on this kind of technology, and it looks like Million.js is by far the most popular. I think they just hit 10,000 stars this past week of this approach. So I'm gathering the shortcomings in DX have kind of washed over, and it's probably time to kind of see what this is all about. I personally have a little bit of an interest because I've been looking a lot at server components. I'm being like, what the hell does server components have to do this? Well, server components have a diffing requirement, and I've been diffing HTML or the DOM as a mechanism for the stuff outside of like the static parts that come in from the server. And I was thinking, well, if there is a more optimal diffing that's set up for primarily static stuff, then this is probably something of interest. So I've started kind of poking Aiden a few months back, and I was like, okay, help me understand this so I can see if there is some potential here. Because there's different categories of problems when you're building frameworks. I usually say, I have this kind of thing is like, don't diff unless you have to. Like diffing is always like the last resort, but sometimes you do need the diff. And I'm kind of interested in what we've got here, because I think a more optimal approach or way of looking at diffing might be exactly what we need to solve this particular area problem. As I said, that's a personal thing of mine. It just took us this long to get scheduled. I had conferences. Aiden had to finish up his classes. Yeah, that's right, his classes. We'll talk about that in a minute. And finally, very happy to have him here to join us today to actually talk about this stuff. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce Aiden to the show. So everyone, say hello to Aiden. Sorry, let's get him in here. You're muted.
Oh, hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah. I should have put a banner up. This is like so sloppy. There we go. Welcome, Aiden. Yeah. I know the chat's been going off. They've been waiting for your appearance here. You've got quite a few fans, Million.js as well. Obviously, I know you've been working on this for a while now, and people are pretty excited. I can tell.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be on the show. Like, I remember like 2 years ago, I was just like every week, I was just like watching your shows, and it's really cool to be on it for this time. Hi, my name is Aiden. I'm 18. I'm going to the University of Washington this September. And I work on Million.js, and I assume that's what you guys are here for.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah, so as I was saying, when I say finish classes, it's probably final exams and stuff too, right? You just finished high school?
Yeah, APs, yeah, everything.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, that gives you a little bit of perspective in here. How in the world did you, no, even before I go there, how in the world did you get started working? I was going to say, how did you find time to work on a JavaScript framework while you're in high school? But I was actually, how did the world do you even like find yourself in a place to get started on working on a JavaScript framework while you were in high school?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's actually much more accessible than you think it is. Like, the nice thing about JavaScript frameworks is that, like, JavaScript is an easy language to learn. And as a high schooler, with that time I have, I can learn JavaScript. And frameworks, they're all open source. There's tons of articles on Dev2, like with Ryan, or literally, like, there are like 5 articles on how to create a virtual DOM. And so they're actually, like, not hard to get into if you're just randomly interested in stuff like that.
Okay, well, I guess the question is, what made you randomly interested in stuff like that? Because I mean, I guess I built some game engines when I was in high school.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna build video games, but I video games are cool. I aspired to build the next giant JRPG or something. That was like my hope. How do you get into web frameworks and web framework performance?
Yeah, so I mean, it all started with like, so in 5th grade, our middle school, or sorry, our elementary school like issued the first round of Chromebooks, and we were like the pilot grade. And I didn't have a computer at in the home, so that was like my only access to any sort of technology or internet. And so it was really cool because like I got to play like cool math games in my Chromebook. Like which 5th grade does not like that, right? Like it's awesome. But like as always, school districts finally hire an IT professional and they implement firewalls. And so once it got blocked, I was like, okay, how do I, play cool math games at school? And I found that, the iframe element wasn't blocked by the firewall because what it did was it checked the URL and it was like, oh, nothing wrong with that. And so I literally that went on for another 6 months, and then I found more about like sending it like fetching the HTML from a certain page and like figuring out CORS issues, and from there it's just kind of like interested in a lot of things. Specifically like rendering though, like I remember I was implementing some sort of like user chat so people could talk to each other inside the website, and I was using inner HTML. And like the thing about inner HTML, it's terrible, right? Because I like the more users you have, the more HTML you have to parse and reflow and repaint, and so I got into like virtual DOMs, and from there just yeah.
Okay. So, just so I'm through. First of all, your initial story there is actually very cool. I love how it's always like that. Like the first wave of technology that comes in, people are never really prepared for it. And like obviously this would give up my age, but like when I started going, I remember in high school we still had like hidden message boards buses people had set up from the early 90s or whatever, like pre-internet age. And I remember hacking around, trying to like get around the like what they had set up, and it was not very hard in the mid 90s because of the internet was new, people didn't do that. But it's a whole other thing that when they're actually putting the computers in people's hands. So I like hearing that there's still room for that kind of getting around stuff, because that was essential. I remember like opening something up in Microsoft Word, going into the file, like open file dialog, and then right clicking as a way to get around their security. So I could open file, like I could access folder structures that were hidden through the open dialog. And anyway, but yeah, so I can relate with that a lot. But the chat that you're talking about with this inner HTML, what motivated the chat? Where did this come from? Was this just something that you had with you and your friends, or what was the idea here?
Yeah, so my friends and I use Discord a lot, especially in like 8th grade area. And the thing about like it's blocked on the Chromebook. There's like no way to get past it, right? Because there's like so much stuff associated with it, you can't unblock it. And so I was like, okay, what if we could go on our Chromebooks and chat with each other in like a chat room? And so it was like really bad implementation. It was like I had a WebSocket server, and anytime you sent like a chat in the input, it would just send to the server, and then it would like write globally for every user connected to the socket server. And there were issues with like XSS. So people like initially were like entering like HTML and like breaking this stuff. But yeah, like I know like when I realized iteration mode didn't work, I looked into like I didn't realize. So I probably should have looked into like how like the DOM API worked first, but I didn't. I just kind of dove into virtual DOM because I was like, okay, what does React use for this? Yeah, it was like a really weird mix of like Express, Socket.io, and EJS, if anyone knows that.
Okay. So yeah, that's interesting because yeah, I mean, it's a whole different time period here in that like you were aware of React when you're like, okay, how do I build a website? And React was the solution. So like React, I think of, I do a lot of, I've done hiring in the past. And I think of a lot of boot camps and stuff. But even when I was like React never showed up anywhere like the level of programming sophistication, I'll say at high school, even when I was taking, I was in the IB program and I was taking, advanced computers was not nearly as sophisticated. We're in a very different place here. So you're just like, okay, I need to build something. Let's just look at that. Oh, sorry, I missed this right at the beginning. We got a whole bunch of gift subs like right before the stream started. I was like way too, on my monologue here. But I want to thank Ratty. I can never say anything. RATIU5 RATTU. I don't know. In any case, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs to the channel. Very, very much. Yeah, this is probably like elite speak, and I'm just like really like radius or something. But anyway, thank you very much. And yeah. All right. So, sorry about that. Okay. So I love this story because it's like one out of like both innovation and one out of like necessity, kind of like where you're like trying to solve a real problem and then you're just like, well, how can I just like hack around this and make something that works for us? But
Yeah.
it actually led you to looking up, discovering the existing solutions a little bit, and then going, okay, so that's fine. You could have just used React. Why look at doing your own thing? How did that happen?
Okay, I feel like maybe this is just like I have like n equals like 3, but I feel like every framework author doesn't want to use the status quo tools. They just build their own for no reason, and then they figure out a case for it. I feel like that is
okay. So this is just like curiosity. You're just like, oh, I could do something like this.
Yeah. So I actually initially didn't build Million. I built a library called Lucia, and like the principle of it was like, what if I could like, because like I didn't know React and I didn't like JavaScript at the time, and so what I did was I basically recreated Alpine.js, but significantly worse. Like it was like immutable, but it was facetless rendering, for my case. And then eventually, like I realized, okay, this is not the correct approach, and I kind of went towards the Million virtual DOM stuff.
Right. So so Alpine.js, like people seeing here, you basically built bindings into the HTML, like string bindings, and then use some kind of an event system to trigger stuff updating. Almost like, I mean, Alpine uses views reactivity these days. So did you like use a reactive system at all, or was it just like an event system at that time?
It was more of it was like there was like state, and so you could have state. It was like really janky. I had like a proxy, and like every time you wrote to the proxy, it would like trigger some subscription thing. I didn't call it subscription at the time, but like it would like compile the template first, figure out what each like directives dependencies were, and then run certain make a subscription for each of them, and then run them based on if they match the dependencies.
Right.
Like
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense to me. I'm following. Okay. So at a certain point, you're like, this is just not good. I'm gonna do better than that. And you start looking into what would become Million. Okay, so you're aware of the virtual DOM. Setting up a simple virtual DOM like a hyperscript function is pretty easy. Anyone could probably go do that over a couple hours on a weekend and get like something basic working.
Right.
What got you to take it further than that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same mantra that you mentioned earlier. It's just like, okay, so why does a virtual DOM like status quo, like why is it slow for the benchmark cases? And like just kind of like thinking of a way to do it. Like my first approach was like, okay, Svelte uses a compiler. What if we compile stuff and then it would make it faster maybe? And that did not work. So we use a similar approach to how Inferno did it. Basically, we just kind of like proactively ran the hyperscript nodes, and so it just become like plain objects.
Yep.
And then also we assign flags, and so like there'd be like if it hit some case, like if it was like a child, it would only run certain parts of the code, so it didn't have to do conditional checks. But like that was like a very small improvement. Like it, and actually it was slower than React in the benchmark.
Yep.
So like it probably was down to the implementation.
Right, but okay,
Yeah.
like because were you looking at like I mentioned when I first saw Million, I was like, okay, another person claiming to be super fast. I'll wait till they enter the benchmark. Were you already looking at the JS framework benchmark by that time? Because like you posted some pretty like boastful numbers before you ever entered the JS framework benchmark, and I remember that. Because obviously I pay attention to the performance stuff, but like what were you using or how were you benchmarking or that stuff at that time?
Yeah, so we had our own like virtual DOM benchmark, and so like it was really janky because like I saw the JSFrame benchmark and I was like, oh, this is for JavaScript frameworks, and I just saw like React or Alpine installed, and I was like, okay, what if I didn't see like the existing virtual DOMs on there, so like Snap DOM, Virtual Dash DOM, whatever.
Yeah.
And so I benchmarked it, and then I think Marvin made a post where it's like, okay, this implementation is flawed, and this is why, and this is why. And so, like, like what we were doing is, yeah, we would like basically we had like a conversion thing where it would convert million nodes to like whatever nodes, and that was like a huge bad. It was really bad because we were cloning them, like we're doing structured clone essentially, and it would just like deep clone, and that was like half of the
Overhead.
yeah.
I gotta give mad props to Marvin. I mean, you can take your own things there, but I've seen people fight over sillier stuff on Twitter, or like in public about when people make claims. And I saw you should see some of the hostile stuff around Imba, because they just kept on going how they were 20 times faster than React, and like eventually like headline they weren't. But like Marvin did and for those who don't know, Marvin Heigmester is one of the main devs on Preact, is now full-time on Fresh. He, instead of like even pointing at the Million project, instead of like going there publicly and like kind of going like blah blah blah, he just wrote an article that's like things that you could do wrong in benchmarks, and in the most subtle way he was like was putting it out there. Like, did you realize that he was sort of communicating?
No, I
with you?
realized. Yeah, I could tell because like that was like I remember implementing that, and I read the article because I was like, okay, let's check this out. And it was like, this looks exactly like our code. And I was like, hold on a minute, wait a minute. I kind of just went back to the table and was like, okay, we're doing this all wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, I thought that was classic because I think might have already talked by that point, at least one point, and I remember thinking like, because as I said, instead of being no one wanted to be aggressive towards you. We had some problems. The guy from Mikado as well. We were like, let's encourage him to do better without making a big deal in public about it and trying to like, because I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
People kept on coming in and being like, what's this Million.js thing? What's the thing? And I'm just like, when it gets in a benchmark, I'll tell you about it. I just kept on pushing people off. It made me incredibly happy when, as I said, I don't know, it was like 3 to 6 months later, you came back and no more fake, but not fake's not the right word, but like no more benchmarks with
They were essentially
unforeseen,
fake. Yeah.
overheads, manufactured overheads. I know that wasn't intentional, but like as you said, and this is the real thing. And I'm glad you kept with it because, as I said, there's only a few people. You mentioned how it wasn't maybe that hard. You just get started, you can build something, But there's actually very few people who've gone through the process and just keep on pushing and pushing and pushing to get to the point where you end up with one of these frameworks that actually sticks around. Like I knew this when I was hiring for Marko, finding people with a skill set with either, AST compilers for this that you use for kind of templating stuff, people understand the runtime performance of the DOM overhead, understanding the DOM engines well enough to understand how to do optimizations for, monomorphic versus polymorphic data structures. There's actually a small handful of people who are actually suitable to hire in that role. And the last thing that I wanted, or any of us wanted, was to come off as discouraging. So I'm happy that Marvin did stuff the way he did and that it had the right result. I know this is me coming from like an outside perspective, because as I said, now we have the Million.js we have here, and as far as I can tell, it's legit. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if you had any perspective around that whole time period, but it's good to hear that you saw and then you learned and then you made better.
Yeah, no, yeah. It was definitely a wake-up call. Like, I was like, because I've been working on that project. Like, it was like my second library, so it was just like a whole learning curve. Like, I know you said like people take like 2 or 3 hours on weekend to make a virtual DOM. It took me like a month. Because like, at that point, I had like no idea what I was doing. So yeah, it's just like a lot of, like for me, it takes a lot of time to figure out things. Like you said, going back to the table, starting fresh was like a nice change of events.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And when you did, you like, what did you like? Where did you go next? So what did you look at? Because you're like, okay, this test is artificial. Million's doing good stuff, but it's kind of middle of the line. What did you look to? What did you find that got you to the next step?
Yeah, for me, I just looked at the ones that ranked high. So I looked at EV, I looked at Inferno. And to be frank, I looked at them and I didn't gain anything from them, like not much, because I didn't understand how they worked. Like I still don't understand how they're so fast. Like it's probably like monomorphism, some wizardry. Yeah, but like
yeah. Because when you look sometimes at the code bases for EV was hard for me to follow personally, but Inferno is a lot more straightforward. You look at it and you're like, for the most part, they seem to just be doing the straightforward thing, and then you're like, why is their version so much faster than my version? I've been there, and then over time you go, oh, like all those things you look at that like you might think are just like, why would you do that? Or I could write this much shorter or simpler, and you're like, no. They were making sure that the object was the exact same shape every single time, or that they allocated it this way, or that it happened at this point in time. And it's funny, sometimes it's almost impossible to know that stuff up front, and you almost there's like a black art. I feel like, I don't know, have you where you, like I personally I learned a lot of stuff through trial and error, which probably can lead to the wrong conclusions. I don't know, what was your experience like?
No, I'm for sure the same. Like, it's just like a lot of like I remember I was working on like text insertion, and so I had like I still don't know if it's right, but like if you could, I was doing like document.create text node, and I found that text content, like sending text content, was faster than replacing the node. And also like for some reason like selecting a child node by this index is slower than the next, like traversing by next sibling.
Yep.
Yeah.
I learned that one from the DOM-C. Yeah, that's a huge one. It's because when you access child nodes by an array, they have to actually get the whole array, because they don't know how you're going to access it. And in the actual internal C representation, it's a linked list. So if you use next sibling and previous sibling and you walk through, it will just go to the next one and just get what you need. But as soon as you go child nodes array index accessor, they have to build the whole list, and they usually do it at that point. So the second you do that, huge deopt. Anyways, but yeah, how do you learn this stuff? So okay, so similar story, a lot of trial and error. But when did the Block VDOM kind of come into your mindset? Because EV original EV, or I guess it was EV2 at the time, did not have a block VDOM. Inferno does not have a block VDOM. How did that come into your radar, so to speak?
Yeah, I remember you tweeted about Block DOM, and I was
Right.
like, okay, they're claiming to be literally the fastest library. I'm like, there's they got to be just doing something right. And so their code base was like also hard to read, but at least it was like conceptually different. Where like the way they, so like when I finally kind of understood it conceptually, um, it all like kind of clicked for me. I was like, oh, this is so much faster with certain trade-offs, of course, but like it was so much faster than how we were doing it with normal virtual DOMs. And so like I spent like 3 weeks just trying to like scratch up my own implementation, like of how I understood block DOM conceptually. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and then there it is. Kind of, I like put it on the JavaScript framework benchmark after like a couple more months of working on it, and eventually just kind of spiraled from there.
I'm just looking at the JS framework benchmark off screen for a second, and they removed my favorite filter, the one that removes all the warning message versions of it, which is kind of disappointing to me because it's actually very helpful to remove all the
Oh,
noise. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's not. It's
Wait,
not. It's not here
maybe it's not
anymore.
the. Wait, that's actually. Wait,
Yeah.
what was the reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I mean, for people who want to see what I'm talking about, I'm just going to share my screen for 2 seconds to show you what I'm talking about. Because most of the time I ignore stuff with these warnings because like they're kind of cheating around the list. So you go up. It's funny though. There's a new one. What's 1261? 1261. Manual caching of VDOM nodes. Ooh. There's a new
Hey, I
cache.
suggested that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a new cheat. Oh, you were. Oh, so you're not doing. You're doing.
We're doing DOM delegation or DOM
Yeah.
delegation.
I
Yeah.
think 801 doesn't matter. 801 is fine. I don't think anyone needs to mark on it. Yeah. Look. But yes, you can see it here at the top of the list here. Some of these are basically like not, and then do yeah. These ones are not real DOM. But yeah, if you get yes, right now at the top here we have Block VDOM,
Hmm.
Million, Xenia, Eevee actually is ahead of Solid in the results right now. We kind of go back and forth.
Yeah.
Sinuous, one more, Maverick, Inferno. I say that like this looks like a big range, but if you look at all the frameworks, once you get to past this, no, legit, you guys have pulled a couple points ahead now. I was going to say everyone was like sitting around 1.09 and 1.010 for quite a long time. Usually, the VDOM library is taking a bigger hit on select row, and some of the other approaches not so much. But yeah, no, it's legit, right? Do. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about fractions. Yeah, this one's always killed. The biggest difference now, I think, is got to do with memory allocation. Because if you look at it,
Yeah.
things that involve replacement and things that involve clear are the biggest points of the difference between the block DOM approach and the reactive approach. If you look at creation, we're very close. Solid's a little bit faster. If you look at partial updates, reactivity's faster. Anything partial, but yeah, what's this one here? Is this remove row?
I think
Swap
so.
rows. Ooh, I got hit on swap rows. That's odd. I think that's an anomaly on a run. Swap rows shouldn't be that low, but usually that's probably the reason. But usually, what you'll see here between the approaches here, yeah, creations, bulk creations very similar. What do we got here? 406 to 412. We're talking like fractions of milliseconds difference on 16x or anywhere between 4x and 16x CPU slowdown. So this is very thing. Like if you look at all the frameworks in this top bubble here, there's a lot now, and then you at this point you have to actually scroll a good ways before you find the next framework you might have heard of, like Lit, and then where's Vue, and if we go a little further, Svelte 4, like there's a lot of people pushing this space right now in the front side. It's kind of crazy actually. And then yeah, as I will say in general, a lot of the tools are getting faster over time. It used to be there used to be a time period where React was like the middle of the chart, and now it feels like React is kind of towards the back of the chart. Even stuff like Preact used to be towards the front, and I'd say Preact is like the new middle. Where's Preact back here? Yeah, Preact's the new middle at about 143. Anyway, sorry, it was just interesting. This is just what I was getting at here is that when you're trying to chase these benchmarks, like it's like you could do like 10 runs and see variation bigger than this, and you're just like, what's actually faster? Let's talk a little bit about your experience of that next phase where you chase these benchmarks.
Yeah, I still don't understand like how like I mean, so I was talking to Fabio about this. Like, there is so much variation in the benchmarks. Like, one run I could get like solid is like 0.05 faster than Million, and the next one I get Million is like it's just like it doesn't make any sense to me. So
Yeah.
I just take, I mean, as long as I see the boxes are green, I'm like, it's probably okay.
Yeah, here's Vobi. This run was not very friendly to Vobi. They're only 1.11,
Yeah.
but they're further behind. I've seen other runs where Vobi was up here, So
Yeah.
at this point, the variance on the top range is definitely within a 0.05 between runs, and not just runs, between Chrome versions. Actually, I think runs are actually plus or minus 0.02, but versions of
Yeah.
Chrome are also like another additional plus or minus 0.02. So it's like when you put it all together, you kind of get that kind of range. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, continue. Sorry, the reason I was mentioning it was Fabio was the creator of Vobi, which is up here. He another reactive library, one not based on the DOM expression stuff. So he kind of redid everything himself, and it's pretty impressive. He has a slightly different characteristic across where he's slightly slower in some areas than Solid, but much faster in other areas that Solid is particularly weak in. So I always look to his insight. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, no, totally. I was like, no, because what I would do was I have to have my laptop plugged in at all times, and I would just like I don't know, I would have my phone and I would doom scroll on TikTok, and while it ran benchmarks like over and over again.
I know.
Yeah.
It's because you can't do anything on your computer because you might like distract from it. And about the plugged in, it's because you don't want to risk the computer going into low power mode.
Exactly.
So like, and the things used to get. I like my M1 now, but the problem with the M1 is the performance is better. I used to get like the biggest differences, or like I felt like when I had my old Windows laptop, I could actually like tweak things and actually like see it. Like, there's been certain periods where I could actually make changes, and because of the speed of my computer, I could actually actively see what was making improvements, which is incredible. But it was hard because WSL was unpredictable and the computer had a fan. And once you got to a point where you're kicking on the fan because the computer's overworking, again, there's heat-based throttling happening, and then it throws it out again. So it's been crazy.
Yeah.
Like, since the M1, it's been like really cool because I get almost more consistent results, but then I can't actually tell what's faster or not anymore because everything's so fast. And I don't know if it's still true, but we had a hard time. Slowdown didn't work properly on the M1 for the longest time. So I had to turn off the slowdown because it was like causing exponential memory. It was like an issue with the way the Chrome driver was working. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting way too detailed. There was a question in chat here, and I think might give some people some good perspective. It was like, could you both speak to how you interpret an example from JS Framework Benchmark, like adding 1,000 rows using the Chrome dev performance having zoom in on the task tick? I mean, I don't. High level question. I feel free answering. I don't want to like look at timelines at the moment. When you say interpret, how do you interpret it? Like, I don't know. Like, JS Framework Benchmark is, in some ways, this is kind of proving that it's overspawned its usage. Like, it's useful for people like Aiden here to kind of vet the idea and myself. But we've gotten to a point where all the top frameworks score so closely that this is no longer really a differentiator. Basically, if you're in a range below 112-ish or 113, on this, maybe even. I'd say even 115, you're probably in a range that no one is like really noticing much difference between on the range. So it's tricky because in order to try to simulate stuff, what you'll see here is stuff like create a 1,000 rows. Okay, that one's not bad. 10,000 rows. These ones are normal, but a lot of these tests are like 16 times slowdown, or 16 times slowdown, 4 times slowdown, 4 times. It's because the amount of time for these actions to happen is so quick that like you'd have nothing to measure that the variance would outweigh it. Like select row at 16 times slowdown is 10 milliseconds. So can you pick, like, without the slowdown, you would see like a millisecond or less than a millisecond, let's say, and like you could never differentiate between someone running at who got a 0.6 this time versus someone who got a 0.7. Like millisecond, 0.7 millisecond. Like it's just not. So these things largely amplify, like even adding 10,000 rows, right? It's important to understand, like when you do a page navigation in a single page app and you go from page 1 to page 2, you do create a lot of elements. Do you create each row has 5 elements in it. So do you create 50,000 elements? So, I wonder sometimes, because when you don't. If you look at a lot of websites and you count the number of DOM elements on the page when they initially load, you're not usually for a lot of sites, you're not in a 50,000 range. Usually not. It's much lower. Maybe not like incredibly much lower. I've definitely seen sites around 20,000 elements, but 50,000 is insanely high number, and a lot of sites are actually more like 2,000 to 3,000 elements. So, and then you go, okay, well, with 2,000 to 3,000 elements, that means the time it takes for me to navigate, say, from page 1 to page 2 in a SPA is going to be, 37 milliseconds with Solid or Million.js or whatever, Inferno, everyone here. And how much does that 37 milliseconds compare to, oh, guess what? It's only 44 milliseconds in React. So there's that. I mean, you might get more concerned with React around these other things but again, the problem is it's an amplification, right? It's like in React to swap 2 rows in a table might only take on a slow mobile device 20 milliseconds for us, and it might take React 160 milliseconds. There's a bit of like this so what factor. The problem is it's in actual sites, it's never as simple as these tests. So you have to kind of balance the amplification of these tests with the fact that, like, in reality, there's also like amplification, right? Like, because the situation is more complicated. There's a reason why when people were looking at, say, Solid in something like TanStack table or AG Grid, we saw noticeable real-world performance improvements over the React version. But like, the simple example, like the simplest you find these benchmarks can never really cover it. I don't know if I'm answering the question very well. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on this, Aiden, in terms of the value of benchmarks?
Yeah, I think they're good. In terms of like the performance tab, I honestly still don't know how to use it. I just kind of look at the little squares, and like if there's a lot of them, it's probably a bad thing. Yeah, I still have to look into that, but benchmarks are a thing. They're much easier to see results on.
Does adding these rows yes, and actually he has margins of, like, because a lot of these tests run multiple times. He actually has margins here for statistical significance here, to the point that you can actually pick a framework and let's pick Million here and hit compare, and it gives you a reasonable idea of what is statistically significant from his perspective. Which is actually pretty impressive here, because where Million's sitting, according to this, at least from the run standpoint, it is, say, significantly scores better for, what's this? Replace all rows, swap rows, remove rows, create many rows, and clear rows, but not on append. Solid. where the white's neutral, red's negative thing. I don't know. Maybe we are getting too close here for us to be able to kind of tell this. But I mean, yeah, it's interesting when you get over here. Are we almost at React? Yeah, here's React, where it's like, it's literally straight red. I don't know. These things used to be more helpful at one point. I remember that. It does seem like these numbers are incredibly sensitive, but according to the math, like as I said, he shows error margins, he shows percentages. Like overall, actually, this is kind of interesting here, where there's an overall slower thing where it's on average, where according to this run, Million is comparable even to Vanilla.js, all the way up to stuff like where is it? One More and Maverick. But then, actually, once we get to Maverick and Million, and Inferno, apparently, they're statistically slower on average. And then once you get past up to like lit, basically the whole rest of the chart is slower. I don't know. As I was trying to say before, take this to a certain degree with a grain of salt. But according to these runs, he does do a bunch of stuff to tell you the margins and the significance of the results. Anyway. Yeah, it's interesting. He runs it on his own laptop where he kind of isolates it. It might be interesting to try and set up a cloud setup with it. He turns off. He has complete control over the machine. He turns off a bunch of like mitigations and stuff too. Like there's I don't remember stuff like Heartbleed and like all those fixes. Like there's things that affected the CPU that actually caused the benchmarks to do worse. So like there's a whole bunch of stuff that he has on his own run that's different. He tests between different machines, like different operating systems, different versions of Linux, all this, to try and come up with a setup that he could find would seem to give the fairest results, which you can follow the threads on. It's tricky. Anyway, sorry, we got into benchmarking, right?
It's a fun topic though. There's lots of things to get into.
Aiden, no one really understands performance tab. We're all just pretending. Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There's a lot of data there, and it's how you interpret the results, right? Like, yeah, it is interesting though. This benchmark is based on timelines, which is why it's one of the most accurate. Like, he actually looks at it's not just like the pure JavaScript time. He actually looks at paint times, which is actually much better, I think, because it's more holistic. If you just look at, like, there are frameworks, for example, that are really good in JavaScript, but then the way they handle the DOM rendering actually it makes it, slower. The benchmark is all about contributors who put in it. A lot of times framework versions don't matter like a ton. Someone updated Solid to the latest, so that's good on them. I only released that 4 days ago. But to answer the question, there are PRs merged in this benchmark pretty much every week. This is, while not every framework gets updated all the time, I would say this is probably the best maintained benchmark by far. Like a lot of benchmarks, like no one's touched this in 3 months or blah blah blah. This benchmark gets updated multiple times a week. Partially, a lot of people, who spent those weekends are like, I have a new framework, let's throw it in here, right? Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, anyways, we kind of diverged a little bit here. We were talking a lot about how you did it, how Million ended up showing up here. But I want to understand a little bit more about the actual technology itself rather than just, the result. The results are impressive, which is what brought it to everyone's attention. But I am definitely interested to understand, especially, as you said, you look at other Block DOM type approaches, like from Block DOM itself, and, not many people have explained this. In the same way, many people had explained reactive rendering before I started writing. Not many people have actually explained what a block VDOM is. And you've actually taken on yourself to actually do that to a certain degree, which obviously I love because I love learning and understanding these things. So should we get into it? Should we talk about like what makes a block VDOM fast, like how it works?
Sure. We can use the visualization on the website first, and then we can kind of like
Okay.
get into some of the
Sure.
implementation details.
So when you see the website, do you want me to drive for this part?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
good.
Okay. Cool. I will just throw this up here then. Let's go. Make React 70% faster. I mean that's bold right off the top, but okay. Let's yeah. JS framework.
If you go
benchmark.
to the blog, there should be a blog post somewhere. Yeah, and then backend block, I think. So if you kind of scroll down, there's sort of a like visualization of how the virtual DOM works. Like it's just like you just diff the nodes. Like if you scroll down a little bit,
Yeah,
there's, like, buzzers.
I just want to see this example. This example, you have one, two, we have what, 5 elements? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, four elements. So, is this example at all related to this example?
Oh, I think I may have miscounted the number of elements that it should. And we don't talk about that. Anyway, we'll just say that's there.
Okay, but what you're showing is a virtual DOM with less nodes, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, so like if we updated the
Okay. So is this a good example? Or am I jumping too far?
Yeah, if you scroll down even a little more, it should be like the title, like static analysis. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you kind of imagine this in code, it could be like a function with some props, and the props are node 1 and node 2.
Okay.
And then this can have some sort of nodes, and then like the values, like the question marks are where like the JSX containers are, like the curly braces inside your JSX.
Okay.
And so that's actually probably not a great like explanation of it, but essentially like data can go into certain nodes, right? Like for example, like node 1 could be like hello world text, and then it goes into the node as like a like a hello world text element. And so the way we do this is the tree is all like virtual nodes.
I think for this example to sit here for most people, what would, in this example you have a tree here where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes, and we're talking about these 2 nodes. What kind of structure would create this kind of tree that we're talking about here? Like what would this look like in code that people would write?
It could just be hyperscript, or it could be JSX.
Yeah, so let's pretend it's JSX. Each of these nodes represents an element. Could this be div? Could this be a parent div that has a div inside of it that has, that has like a H1 and an anchor? Like is that?
Yeah.
So we're talking like these could just be DOM elements,
Exactly.
or are we talking more like components?
Those are like DOM elements. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay, so the static analysis step can occur the first time at compile time or first thing at runtime, depending on whether you use Million's experimental compiler or not. Okay, the step is responsible for extracting dynamic parts of Vercel into the edit map.
And so essentially, like we run that function, and those question mark values are like special values we use during static, like look for during static analysis. And so like when we run the function, it returns it a virtual node like object thingy, a virtual node tree. And then for certain parts of the virtual node, we have this whole value or placeholder value that we look for when we traverse it again. And so if you press
when you say a whole value, that could be like the title in our H1 or the source in our hyperlink,
exactly,
for example.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we get a structure, and this is like a pre-pass. Like, just so I understand. Like, essentially, you build up all the static stuff and go, these are the places where there could be values that change.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Because like when a normal virtual DOM runs,
Mhm.
like when you runtime with React, it builds a structure, but the holes aren't holes. The values filled because you just executed the component. If I'm understanding this correctly, either ahead of time or at first run, you don't just build the like final results. You actually build a map where you're like, this are the static parts, this and these are the holes, these are the dynamic parts that could
Exactly.
change.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha so far. Okay. In a sense, that's not that different from Inferno, right? Because Inferno, like instead of calling a bunch of hyperscript functions, they have like realized nodes that are static that they never have to recreate again, right?
From what I understand, they do make it like it's different. So they they make it static so they don't have to make the calls. But like for this one, it's more like they they this it like makes it static. It puts where the holes are, and then we analyze where the holes are to make a map. The
Okay.
Inferno doesn't do that part yet.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So can I actually run the? Okay, I'm gonna zoom out one step because you actually have working example, which is cool. So I was getting ahead of myself. So these two nodes have something potentially dynamic in them,
Mhm.
and then
This is where the static analysis occurs.
yeah, and it goes. There's nothing dynamic here. There is nothing dynamic here. There is something dynamic here. So you make a map. When node 1 changes, update blank. When node 2 changes, update blank. Nothing. Okay. Okay. So you're just showing. Okay. So you're going through and you. Okay. I got you.
Then the second process, we can use that edit mapping to advantage. So like we know like what when the state changes or when some props change, then we change something else. And so here, literally all we need to do is just check if the values are the same. And so like in this example, both values are not the same. And so
Right.
there, there's an update.
Update 1 to 3. And it's because it's back map. At that point, you go, okay,
Yeah.
you get the. Well, I mean, do you rent? Okay, well, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but do you. How do you know that it's 3 and 4 in this example? So, so let's say someone calls like a set state, and they would change the. Like. They would update some. Like, is it okay to assume that these are all in the same component?
Yeah, I think it's better to separate the React part of it for now, because there's like a different layer to that. Like
Okay.
here, just imagine like we just assume all data is props, and so like no, yeah,
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is like it's easy enough for me to see that you could go, okay, update this one to this, update this one to this. It's because from a data level, you have a node 1 and node 2,
Mhm.
and then you know when you set something, you're like, okay, I'm updating node 3 to this and node 2 to this, and then you can compare the data objects with each other and then go to only if they change between the two runs, then you go here to change this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I gotcha. So like, basically, this is this is very similar to the one pass approach of dirty checking, almost like as I mentioned, lit or Angular, where you diffing the data, not the virtual DOM tree so much, right? Okay, okay, okay. I'm still following. Is this technique effective? Okay, okay. I mean,
And there's some, yeah.
I mean, my first question, and maybe you address this right here, because this is fine. This makes sense to me. Obviously, you can shortcut a lot of this because you're just like, okay,
Yeah.
I know where this like data ties to here, so I can just, if this doesn't change on the simple data diff, then I don't have to touch anything. All the static stuff gets skipped over. That's great. But what about structural changes like lists or whatever, right? Because that's the first thing. Because sure, it's easy for people to picture holes like DOM elements.
Yeah.
Like oh, you updated this attribute, but I'm trying to understand like a for loop or a map, aren't like if new data comes in, then you go through the process and you're like, okay, you need to do a diff at that point to decide whether to like, do you have?
We don't. Yeah. Well, for structural changes, we just bail out. Like we don't support that yet. But for lists, we do. Like lists, if you have like stable-ish elements, stable-ish blocks as a list, we can do that part.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you understand what I'm asking. You know how like in
Yeah.
React, they don't care and they recreate freaking everything. And in Solid's the opposite. We have to have memoized list helpers like the for component. And I was wondering if this approach made me think that you'd need specialized list helpers if you wanted to leverage it. Maybe I'm wrong.
We do, yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm okay. Okay, but I think I'm following here. This is actually remarkably similar to the one pass approach. But I guess okay. So okay, is there more to this thing, or this is just basically the explanation here?
Yeah, kind of just limitations and stuff like that.
But it won't be slower than a regular virtual DOM.
Because we have structural, we have to do the replacement there.
Yeah, so this is the structural question. Okay, so this is something you have to be aware of, because you are doing technically more work up front, which saves you less work later. But that means that if you have to bail out and do all the work, then you don't get that benefit, and you're just paying the slightly higher cost. Got you. Okay. Because block virtual DOM is not silver and not always faster than the regular virtual DOM. Instead, you should recognize certain patterns where the block virtual DOM is faster and only use in those cases. Interesting. So what you're kind of saying is like things that you would end up, say, cloning a lot are the situations. Like
exactly.
Okay, yeah. There's something, Milo from Solid Core team a long time ago came up with this. Actually, no, I actually, probably actually the original was actually Sinuous framework. You familiar with that? It was a reactive library, and they used Hyperscript, but Hyperscript makes you recreate everything every time, which is slow and basically getting you none of the advantages of the reactivity then, because like a VDOM that you have to go through create everything, because conceptually you're making a virtual DOM, you diff it, but a reactive library doesn't need to do that. But he was using Hyperscript, and Solid has this too, Hyperscript with reactivity, and kind of paying double cost. And so what he did was he's like, well, what if I just, first time I run the Hyperscript function or the template literal, I just make the clone to the clone. So I'll just make the elements, and then I'll make the clone that I need, and then after that, I will only do the reactive updates. And he did it with a proxy. So he actually made a special template function essentially, and he made it, and the template function basically wrapped his Hyperscript, and then basically said his map was a proxy. So essentially, whenever he wrote to I'm going back to your example here. Whenever he wrote to like one of these, like say wrote to node 1 or node 2, it would just, because his single pass made a proxy, it would immediately just go to the node in the DOM and just update it without running any code again. And this was really performant and let him use like no compiler step. But on the downside, he had this thing where like in that one place it was like a 1-for-1 mapping. Like you couldn't share the state. Like it was like literally DOM node tied tied to data structure. And it just, sorry, this made me think about this a little bit, where it's like this localized kind of mechanism that lets you like optimize places that are not structurally like they're mostly structurally stable, essentially.
Yeah.
That was the trick that he did, and it worked very well in the JS framework benchmark for him. And I was like, you know what? I had to tip my hat to him, because I'm like, he basically solved the problem. I was like, man, you can't do it. See, I use a compiler because that's how I know to do this structural stuff. And he was like, I can do it without a compiler. And I think for him it was a good enough trade-off, because he's just like, as long as he identified that block, so to speak, he could get similar things to Solid. I was just like, well, with the compiler, you don't have to even think about it, and you always get that performance. But there was that kind of tension there, because he didn't want to use a compiler. Anyways, okay, so I'm conceptually getting an idea. How's chat doing? We kind of dug deep in here for a moment. I just want to know if you guys are still out there. Yeah. Where were we? Let's see. Lucky to see it live. Well, come ask questions. Be involved. Yeah, we'll talk about React in a minute. But I want to actually understand. Okay, actually, here we go. Here's one. Why did you specifically choose to make Million about wrapping React? What's your view of potential risk tying yourself too closely to React? Dude, I guess are we gonna get into the React conversation right away? Okay, we can talk about React first now, because I actually want to look at like what writing native Million is, and then look at writing Million in React. But this is a fair question. Like the very you know what I mean? Like it's a fair question. What do you think?
Yeah. How I view it is just like, I don't want to make another framework, not only because there's already like literally hundreds of, probably thousands of frameworks out there already. But also like, I don't want to like deal with doing every part of the whole stack. You're thinking about like data, you're thinking about components. I didn't want to think about those things. I just want to think about the view, the rendering in this case, and do that really, really well. So that's kind of the approach I went for it. Technically, it is like integratable with other virtual DOM-ish libraries like React, but like React is kind of like the main thing that's like people are complaining about.
Right. So I guess maybe I was asking the wrong question, because I was kind of like, well, you know, I want to see some native Million code, but you're making it sound like native Million code beyond small stuff isn't really the intention. You're seeing this more as like a way to like do some performance optimizations in, say, an existing framework.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because I think, yeah, I mean, if you want something fast, you might as well use Solid, right? Like, there's no point in making another framework.
Well, that's high praise. I mean, I think, you know, if you want to do the work, but yes, you have to want to do the work, and maybe you're just insane for wanting to do the work. But yeah, okay, I'm getting you. So the React question is a pretty fair question then. So basically, if I'm understanding, yeah, because like, how do you want to introduce this? Because see, a lot of times I do stuff like I've shown the JS framework benchmark a lot. Mm-hmm. See, the thing with the JS framework benchmark is I know that, yeah, there's no React here, right? This is just pure Million. Mm-hmm. So like this is a very simple example. That's why I like showing it off, because you can kind of see like if I think maybe Solid or SolidStart is another good example. Let me blow this up a little bit. The code is mostly a bunch of random string identifiers to fill a table. See that you have to do like random to choose, and then there's this function that builds each row. And for Solid, it has to build signals, right? And then the app itself is just a bunch of like buttons that do stuff like run a lot, add, update. And most of these are just like some, build the data, set the data, just set some signals, and then you can see the UI. It's very simple. It's like div, button. There's a table, there's a loop, each table row showing that data, and then there's a selected row in the table. And that's at 81 lines of code, and you have the test. Some people have done stuff more verbose, but I mean, it doesn't matter the language. Like, let me see here. Let's like svelte, main svelte. I wonder if they touch this. I did the svelte 2 to 3 migration. Someone else did the 4 migration. But yeah, it's the same thing. Here's a big svelte template, and then here's all the data function stuff. And similarly, again, with about 90 lines of code, you've got that example. Where's another one? Can I find React hooks here? React. Source, main JSX. Yeah, I think they're all pretty similar now. Oh, this is a class component one. This isn't even hooks. Where's React hooks? I feel like that's a more simplistic look at this now. But yeah, there's our list of strings, build data function. Oh, this one's using a reducer. Oh, I think actually, no, do you know what? I did the hooks implementation. The reason I'm using a reducer, Dan Abramoff suggested I used a reducer because it reduced the number of because we had to pass these functions around, and I was like, oh, do I have to use callback all this stuff and all this? And he was like, no, just if you use a reducer, it's the easiest way to like delegate the control mechanism through instead of passing a bunch of separate things through. But you can see that this is not the 120. Like, this is pretty straightforward example of just a table. This is like to do MVC. So I'm just, as I said, I haven't looked at the Million example. What's this Million look like here?
It's virtually unreadable. Like, it's just like, yeah, you can take a look. We use JSX, but like that's the only saving grace.
Okay, so we have some strings and array, because as I said, to do MVC, the greatest thing about it was you kind of picture using that in your app, even if it's a simple example. I use the JS framework benchmark both ways, because you can always highlight the stuff that's like clearly for performance and that. So you got to make that trade off yourself. But yeah, let me see here. Okay, so we got that. We got to build some data. That looks very similar. Okay, so first thing I'm noticing here is the VDOM wise, you don't have set state, you have update. Like update it. This is like there's a lot of VDOM libraries that actually are like this, where they're just like reconcile now. Instead of worrying about scheduling or batching, you just call update, right? Like, this is so you don't have to worry about all that weird batching stuff that people go like, why when I update the state in React, the next line it's not updated and all that stuff. This avoids that, because you're like, look, I'm not committing anything until you call this function. So okay, yes, but I mean, this looks pretty straightforward. This is still the same thing. Create the list, update the data, update, do this, update. These are the same functions. Remove JSX. Okay, so first thing I noticed, this block. So we're putting a block around the whole thing. You have your buttons with those functions. Clear, update. Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit less terse than calling set state, but it's basically the same kind of thing. Table. Oh, interesting.
This is the delegation.
Right, and then click, yeah. This whole thing, don't worry, many libraries, some of them have been removed now, do this delegation. Solid does it automatically behind the hoods. I think it's actually, I fought with the guy from Eevee for ages about whether I'm doing it. He's like, you could do delegation Solid so easily. And I'm like, yeah, but like, should we? Is it our responsibility? And he convinced me it was back in 2019. But yeah, this isn't that bad. It is doing a bit of a DOM walk. That's why it gets marked with the 801, but it's not a big deal. And then another block for each row. And then a block for main. Okay, so how rows? I want to see how rows happens. Okay, this is what you mean. Okay. So your update function is actually like not just a force. What's main.p? What is this?
It's supposed to be like main.patch.
Okay, so I got you. So but you're actually okay. So what you're doing here, yeah, I understand what you mean now, because like there are like Crank.js has like it's a VDOM, and it's just like has an update function, and you call it. This is not that update function. This update function is actually something keyed specifically for the benchmark, which manages the array stuff here, and you're calling patch yourself to do the diff on the specific node, like VDOM node that you know is the entry point to this table. So you're like, this main get element by ID main, who's going to guess that it's the table body? Where's main? Am I not seeing it? Or is main the whole?
Yes, the whole thing.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, you say diff patch it, call map array. Is map array something implemented inside the framework? Yes. So this
Yes.
you do have a special map function. Yes. So this is like your for component in Solid. Got you. So this is how you do the memoized diff, and then you create the thing, pass the props in. Is there any reason why you didn't use JSX here? Like this looks like a component.
Good
Oh, it's
question.
because it's a block. So blocks are called like
yeah.
functions. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Now I'm following. Yeah. So blocks are like, and then you basically the props you pass in here. I see. Yeah. So this tells me a lot, actually. This helps me actually a significant amount. I don't know if it's helping people in the audience much, but basically blocks are like exactly sound like these static building pieces. And then you're like, okay, it's kind of like a different concept from a component, but you're like, okay, this is a block here. And you here are managing every time you call it, essentially. But because the block is smart on updates, it's more efficient to update a block by passing data in and doing the simple diff than it is to diff a normal virtual DOM. So, yes, this is why I like the JS framework benchmark, because like the map, like in the for loop, this forced you to have to actually have a solution for lists. Conditionals also can fall into this kind of thing. There's actually a number of frameworks that are in the front of the list that don't actually have conditionals because the framework benchmark didn't actually need it. There's like an open issue on, I think it was like DOMC or stage 0, where they're like, can you add a conditional so we can actually do it? And the guy was like, yeah, for sure. And like, it never came. So it was never actually usable, but like it was the top of the JS framework benchmark. Okay, yeah, no, I'm following this. And then should update. What is should update? Okay, it's a simple memoized diff on the whole thing. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is not actually that complicated. It's just a little bit clunky. Like it's a little bit, but it's actually fairly straightforward what happens here. Block is like a special component that has an optimized thing. Can a block have its own state?
No.
Yes. Okay. This is all making sense to me. But this is that's where the optimization is, because you don't have to worry about it updating itself. It's like a memo. You know what this is actually like? Have you ever seen a Vue in 3.2? What is it called? Quintessential something or others. Vue. What is it called? Quintessential quintuplets. They released this feature called. And this is why Vue jumped way ahead. At one point, they were about the same performance as Svelte, and then they jumped way ahead of Svelte. Although this doesn't even show it, they're even further ahead than this. They added this new directive called vmemo. So Vue's had this problem because reactivity and VDOMs don't play nice usually, because you were saying that if you have to restructurally build stuff with millions, it's a little bit more expensive. But it's actually not that much more expensive. But I'll tell you what is much more expensive: making a bunch of signals. If you're re-rendering, that's like the worst thing you could possibly do. But so they had this tension where if they wanted to make the components really big, to like, they want the VDOM wanted the components to be really, really small so that they could like only run the least amount of stuff. But the reactivity wanted the components big because they didn't want to have like too many little effects, because every component gets wrapped in an effect. So what they did was they made it so that you can make really big components the way reactivity wants, and then mark parts of the virtual DOM as static by putting a directive on it. Like, I mean, it's not. Yeah, I'm not sure anyone would actually know how to use this except for people like ourselves. But it is interesting. I actually think your UI here that you're doing with Million, is actually at least much more approachable, because you can go, okay, I'm making a block, it is a thing. Okay, interesting. But okay, the React integration with Million came right from the start then, or was that later?
It was a little bit later, yeah.
Okay, let's see if we got some questions here from the chat. Could this render function with JS in Vue? Yeah, I mean, I guess we sort of just answered the question. It could, but it sounds like Vue has similar, maybe similar optimization. We'd have to benchmark to see. Million might still be faster, but Vercel should hire Aiden. There you go.
I actually have their mug right here. Shout out Vercel.
Oh, what am I holding right here? Oh, sorry. This is
the dichotomy.
This is a Netlify water bottle. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm enjoying this. I'm definitely enjoying this. Yeah, would you consider creating a benchmark for Million React?
Okay, so there's two reasons we haven't. The first reason is, do you know how in the solid React thing, you had to have like a div or like some sort of like wrapper element?
Yes.
It doesn't, yeah, it's not compatible because we have to insert that. It just doesn't work.
Right. The benchmark has a very specific shape. It's the same reason I haven't made a Flutter web UI version of this. I really wanted to put Flutter in the benchmark. I most of the time I do stuff very altruistly. Like I like seeing stuff progress and do well, like stuff like Million.js. Sometimes I add stuff out of the benchmark just to kind of prove a point. Yeah, Flutter was on my list to prove a point, but I couldn't do it because the structure was too different. Yeah, okay. That's one reason. I guess another reason to consider it is I don't think it would show very much because you would just like how much React would you actually use in an example like this? Like you would use React to drive the state maybe of the top level, but then the whole benchmark is just going to be a row-block. Like in theory, I mean, you're basically bypassing React in any way that matters from a performance standpoint, I think, right? That's how you do it? Yeah. But it's a good question because I think if you're telling us that React's the way we should use this, then, I mean, it's a pretty fair question. We should see, React. Right.
I think that like comes down to like more like real world. Like I don't know if To-Do MVC is like a good example, but like something more like that. Because like I feel I don't know it doesn't sit right with me because like yeah, it's like you said, it just like doesn't make sense. It's just eventually gonna be the core again. But if we figure out how to like bypass the slot issue, and it's like easy to do, then might as well, right?
Yeah, that's super interesting to me. The example he was talking about one I shared a while ago where I put solid components inside React. So it sounds like you're using a very similar approach with Million then.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Which means that, yeah, I mean, I was just hacking away, figuring out, like, I have no clue. This was one of those things where I got to give Theo a heads up or a shout out for that one. He was trying to convince me that this is what I needed to do. So I was like, okay, fine. And I'd already made it, like, I knew it was easy to pass props through, but like to actually make React rendering and slots and stuff work was actually like a lot of trial and error and be like, I learned a bunch about React, like the order effects run and stuff. Like you got to do some funny tricks to keep the stuff running. I don't know if you end up hitting the similar kind of problems or if you were just like, okay, this works for me and just kind of went with it.
Yeah, I was like, okay, looks like this works. I'm going to take it and then let's go. I honestly didn't understand how the effect component worked until like months after.
Okay.
After cover, yeah.
Okay. So you did get it from that. Someone came up to me during conferences and said they'd gone it working on server side with SSR in Next. So I don't know. That's probably something you'd be interested to. You haven't got server side rendering going yet, have you?
Not like we have SSR, but it's just like the hydration part is not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm. That's gonna be fun. Anyways, that's another project. Someone asked here, Model Chris, Millions does have a for as well, right? Did you make a for component?
Yeah, if you go to the docs and look up for, it should be. It's like almost the same thing as solid.
Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. Huh. See? So it's funny. For is one of those things I got so much flack for. It's cool to see other people at least considering it as like a semi decent reason. I guess the truth of the matter is right. Like even in React, if you had a component like for, it'd be more optimal. But you know, React doesn't bother with it. I think actually I saw a video. I think Adobe has like a for component that they use with React to make it more optimal. Just most people don't bother. You know, like that optimization isn't worth it. But I think in our cases it is because it lets us bypass something that is actually slightly more expensive than React on creation.
Right.
So it actually has a bigger impact. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. No, this is fun. Where was I? Okay. Yeah, because I wanna look at the React part of this a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So someone's like, so instead of React Memo, I can probably use million block components. In some places.
Yeah, depends.
Things that aren't stateful, essentially, like leaf nodes. Can you? But you can. Can you? Does this work still well with like parent through injection? Like if you pass something from the parent into a block, could like could the children be stateful in that way? Like
So that's actually how we do it. We run a compiler so like you can write normal React components with state and with effects and whatever, and then just wrap it in a block, and it works because like basically what we do is we take all that state and effects, put it in a parent, and then put the state down. Yeah.
got you right, and then you project it through. Okay, yeah, that's the trick because the thing is where can I show this? Maybe I'll just throw a solid playground. What do I do? Oh, this is from one of my. I was showing concurrent rendering in a in a talk I did recently, so I must have left this open. It doesn't matter. I'll just go to the bottom here. Ignore this in the corner if you can. What I'm saying is something some people don't realize about React is you can have component, right? And you can go in here, and I'm going to put in child, right? This is the reason why server components and stuff work. What I want to point out is like, if it's possible here that if component here updates, it doesn't necessarily need to re-render child. Is something that people don't realize. It's almost like automatic memoization. There's a difference between a child being here, being passed in, and between like having, the component definition and then return child. Because like here, when you have some state, like you're compelled to know that when this changes that you have to, like, you could impact, like you rerun this function. But if it's hoisted out and projected through the parent, then it's not necessarily tied to that state update. It's in fact isolated. You can actually tell by looking at this that like here, there's a potential that like something equals state dot something, right? There's coupling here, right? Like that like these things could impact each other, but there's no way to get the state from inside component into child here when it's passed in this way. And this is actually why server components work. Like this is the whole kind of concept. Dan Abramoff has a great article, When to Memo, and he talks about all the ways you can use React without memo to actually get the performance. This is the same trick I'm gathering. You look at the static stuff and you're like, oh, like that you can actually wrap blocks in ranges as long as you can isolate the child projections. Anyways, that's interesting. I hope I'm understanding you properly. I just that's my interpretation of what you said.
It's a little bit different. It's like if we took the component and literally split into two. So I think,
but like
if you go to,
yeah, do you have an example where that end result, like, can we fake it here? Because like pretend this was your component, and I'm going to do something for you. I'm going to wrap it in a div. maybe. Actually, let's wrap it in 2 divs, just for fun.
Mhm.
If I understood what you were suggesting earlier, like this is our component we're looking at here.
Mhm.
You can, yeah, actually, maybe help me out here. Like you can pull the dynamic stuff out, like almost like, so this is like made up,
Yeah.
and we can get rid of the divs, and we can get rid of these divs, and we can put the state here, and then we also have something like this. Like, am I close? Like, is it something like this?
You got it backwards. It's like so the return at line 131, the made up component, would return like a reference to 125. And 125 would have like identifiers as like the props, like a bunch of so it would have like a reference to like a state prop, and then the return would just be like divs and then the child's component. Or like not, okay, we also hoist the components out because we can't optimize React components, but that's another thing. Like, I
guess my question is, can you make an example like this to show me what you're talking about?
Yeah,
like very simple. Can we just like pull up a text editor and just you show me this? I just want to kind of understand this. Can you share your screen for a minute, maybe?
Sure. So, sorry, give me a second. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
2 seconds. Yeah, here we are.
So we could have some sort of like function like counter.
Yeah.
With like some state. Right, use state. And then we return some div with the statement. So this would be split up into 2 functions. So let's just say like the parent, just call it parent or something like that. And then the parent would hold like this, and then return some child, or like, we'll just do lowercase. Child state is equal to state type thing. And then for a child, we would have return div state.
And the state's the prop. Got you. And that child's wrapped in a block.
Exactly, yeah. Whatever, yeah, like you get the point here.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So the author of the component wraps block around counter, and they end up with 2 components, one with the state and the other one wrapped in the block, which has the template. Got you. Of course. Question is, what tool are you using to show this off?
Ray.so. I just like, it's basically like Carbon, but like it's made by Raycast.
Okay. Cool. All right. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, this clarifies it a lot for me. I hope it clarifies it for people in the audience. Okay. Because, yeah, what I was pointing out is like a different property of this. But, yeah, actually, you could probably do this relatively easily by just looking at the top half and the bottom half of the component. It's almost like view setup functions, like where you basically pull all the stateful stuff, everything. I guess that the only thing that would make this really a pain in the ass would be early returns.
That's exactly what we don't support yet.
Of course, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, and it's the same constraints you have with like Solid and stuff, because basically the top half runs once. Like that's conceptually the thing. Like it's not, but it's funny how these things parallel. The truth of the matter is the top half doesn't run once, but you're breaking the statefulness from the yeah. This is really funny if you think about it. Like, do you know why it's funny? Because you're breaking the state from the template. And like we do this in like Vue does this, for example, and they do it so that the state only has to run once, and then they can just rerun the template as needed. So like it makes it like less confusing. You don't have hook rules, all that kind of stuff, right? It's similar to Solid. Solid obviously runs everything once, except for like the little expressions. But what you've done here is you've done the same split, and it's everything still runs over and over again. You've just improved the performance of the template part of it running over and over again. So it's almost the opposite kind of mentality. Is like you've made the part the template, like instead of making the state not run over and over again, which is the kind of thing that a lot of people are having DX thing over with React and with hook rules, you've made the template just not run as much over and over again. It's like the opposite of Vue, in a sense. It's interesting that you can get performance in both ways. That's why I find this amusing. Is it solvable? The early returns I'm gathering.
I mean, it is solvable. It's just like, I mean, it's like you have to do like the diff part, like figure out the structural changes, like first, and then everything else is simple, right?
Right. Because basically, what you would do is you'd have to make sure that there's where the references of the state are. I guess it's fine actually. You're always going to have a single parent stateful component, and then you have to replicate the structural returns from. You got to keep those in the parent, and then make multiple template components. Yeah, it's a little bit easier than our problem. Making things faster often means doing less work, or shifting when the work happens, and having that actually reflect the work that needs to happen. Sometimes we do extra work because, how should I put it? Because like maybe one part of the process gets run a lot and one part of the process doesn't get run as much. And sometimes you can save work by just moving the work to the part that doesn't run as much from the part that runs all the time. Like if, for example, classic example is reactivity. If you can move work to creation, you only create things once, but you update them multiple times, then you've saved that. It is more interesting when you can move that creation time stuff to compilation time, because then I feel like we're always just pushing the envelope, not the envelope, but just pushing the buck, like I forget the saying, but you know what I mean, like just pushing it down the line. So we still memo and use callback things. Because React state, you still have to deal with the fact that React is the hook rules and React state. This is basically like a more efficient renderer for React, is if I'm understanding right. Right. It doesn't change React being React, which is good in a lot of ways, because a lot of people like React.
I think actually it might be just like, if we separate rendering and reconciliation, it would just be like making the reconciliation better, because rendering just still happens, right?
Right. Yeah. It's making the reconciliation. Yeah, as I said, it's almost like an optimization, kind of like the way that Vue has a bunch of optimizations, or Inferno. This one's different. Like, I'm not saying it's identical, but the idea that they can optimize the reconciliation, but by doing something a little bit smart. I feel like. Yeah, this would be interesting. I feel like this is a range that something like React Forget might even just like tap into. Like if they're already rearranging all the code to save you from writing use callback and use memo, how much do they have to rearrange so that they can cache some VDOM nodes or whatever? But then again,
I think they're doing that already, actually.
Yeah.
I heard,
Yeah, so can this help Solid become even faster? Not really. We almost already do the exact same thing, is the best way I can put it. The biggest cost of Solid is that it's not even the creation time, it's the memory release time of the reactive variables. Like it's the garbage collection on the overhead of the reactive system. That is a real cost, right? VDOMs are a little bit simpler in the sense that they don't have a reactive system. But on the flip side, it means that like this doesn't solve the prop drilling problem or whatever, as Mishko calls it or whatever. Like there's things, reactivity's update performance and way of decoupling from the component can improve. Like you saw when I did the JS framework benchmarks, there's still places where the reactive libraries are faster on partial updates. This doesn't actually solve that, especially from a structural level. So in a sense, the way I view this, and this could be completely off, is this is actually almost like applying Solid's creation optimizations to a virtual DOM.
I think that's good, yeah.
Yeah, like it's almost like this was actually us giving back, in a way, not the other way around. We go in these cycles. Sometimes you'll probably take it further, and then I'll learn something, and we'll bring it back the other way. But I think that's actually almost the way I'd look at it. When would I want to use a memo versus a block, or is that even a fair question? Oh, we lost his camera for a moment.
Oh, sorry. I mean, if your state, if your state's going to update, then you should still use. If your state's going to update, memo doesn't matter. If it updates from a parent component. So if it does update a lot, then that block may be good if you have like that view structure that works well.
I see. Yeah. So it's like differentiating the size of the static nodes versus like the state update. Like they're almost addressing different parts. Like you might still use them together. Why is React not doing this out of the box?
I think React Forget is smart, right? It can if it caches like subtrees, then it could eat millions cake a lot, right? But I feel like this kind of is a one catch solution for that. Like you can cache subtrees, but like there are some cases where it doesn't work. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. My expectations that React Forget will probably be a pretty cool DX win. I don't think. I'm calling it right now. I don't think the performance for React Forget is even going to get it to Svelte's level. That's my called shot right now, or it'll get it to about Svelte's level. We'll have to see. We don't know, but that's that. I don't think React. Maybe even Preact. Like maybe I'm being too. I gotta be careful. If I'm too over optimistic and then they fall short of that, then people will be like, and React has a history of falling short on the performance side. Like it's not their focus. So it's like. I don't know what to say. I don't think performance is going to be the key driver there. React bundle going to be at Svelte level? That's an interesting question, right? Like, are we trading one thing for another? Is the code size going to get larger too? Yeah, Svelte has some of the biggest compiled output. I don't think so. Most of Svelte's size comes from like their template transformation. I imagine React's state transformation isn't going to add that much on size. Okay, let's. I do want to look at some React stuff. Like, is there an example, or what should we look at next? Actually, it's a good question, Aiden. I want to get back to the questions in a minute, but I think we've all got a good sense now of like what Million does well. But I'd like to see maybe. Maybe it's a good time to show your other example. Is your stock ticker example pure Million, or is there React in it?
There's React in it. It's just like
perfect. Then I think let's do it.
So, oh god, I forgot the name. Stonks. And I can show the code as well.
Yeah.
Let's see. Stonks. Wait, I forgot what it's called. So I'm like so not ready for this.
Okay, it's all good.
Let's see. So if we kind of look at the implementation here, it's just like a data map, right, with like table rows and. Oh well, let's show the UI first. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, let's see what we're actually building here.
And so
can you blow it up a little bit? For me, it's like just a tiny bit too small. Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's basically a bunch. Just has some random faker data, and then you can have like a diff, like how much it gained, how much it lost, and then its price. I don't trade stocks at all, so I don't know how it works. This is probably not how it works. But yeah, so in terms of implementation, each row is like TR here.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Another good benchmark for this kind of stuff is the old dbmon paint refresh benchmark. But Okay, I got it. It's a table. Is it a table in a table? It's like a double map, or is it? Or is it?
No, it's just one table and then like two
Okay.
rows. Mhm.
Okay.
And then the million one is effectively the same thing. Anything that's inside of four will become a block. So
Yep.
this is just automatically optimized.
Got
And
you.
then
And then you
yeah.
have a for each. Oh man, I love seeing the for component in the wild. I'm not gonna lie. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
And then there's kind of like a switch you can do here. So we're currently using React, and this is React Lag Radar. I don't know how scientific it is, but I'm using it
Interesting.
here.
Have you
Yeah,
tried doing this with concurrent rendering? Sorry, like
yeah, we
adding
should try that.
transition. Add transition.
Um,
Before we do that, let's just show me
yeah,
what you were
okay.
trying to show first.
So if we switch, I really hope this becomes better. Else it's gonna be really embarrassing.
It's like when you're streaming and you're like using more computer resources.
Yeah.
I mean, it is better,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, you also have the FPS in the corner. You had what? You see like 20.
I don't know what's going on. Okay. When I
Switch
was
back.
yeah. Anyway, we don't
Okay.
go back. I think React is more red, like overall
Yeah.
speaking. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Yeah.
React's like, it's funny because you can see it reacts more at like 12 where you were more at 18. So you're like, you know, in this example on working out the computer, it looks, you know, okay. Can you send me the link in the private
Yeah.
chat? Let me see if it's any different on my MacBook Pro. Yeah, let me see here. Okay, yeah, this might be a bit better. Let me pull this across here. Huh, interesting. Okay. I mean it looks way better than on yours, so let me put it on, but React's also not doing too bad on mine. React's getting pretty decent numbers. June, like there's on the
Yeah.
tick, there's like a delay, and then when I switch to million, it's smaller and it's smoother. But this might not come in as obvious in the stream. I love tests like this, but let me see. Animation demos are always harder to see. I'm actually interested. I was interested in memory usage, but yeah,
It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah.
we're at like both opposite extremes right now. Where on your computer they're both really slow, and on my computer they're both really fast. So like million is like you could tell million never really gets red here. Like it's just like a little orange thing. But like when so you can see React, the tail is much longer, but it's such a brief flash that you're not seeing this. These kind of tests are always hard. It was actually like when I showed that playground here. Oh, sorry, I put a bunch of garbage at the bottom here. But when I showed that playground when I was earlier here, I was trying to do the same kind of test with the green here, and I was like, oh, if you go to 100, 500. But you can see that even 500 chugs on its own. But my point here was like, this has slowdown, and if I turn off concurrent rendering in Solid, and I do the same test, things should be getting way worse. Like, but these demos never work the way you want them to. Oh yeah, here we go. But like, and you know what I mean. You can like see ripping on the screen, so you go there.
Yeah.
But these are always tricky. What's this? 500? Yeah, see concurrent. Yeah, it delayed. Anyways, yes, I get what you're trying to do. The only problem is it just on my side the red it's too small, and on your side it's too big. So it is what it is.
There's another demo if you want to try. It's more skewed because each row has like. Have you seen that one?
Which one? The one thing that I was hoping here, if you do this to do like tweak the numbers and get to this to a nice spot, I think you should have a concurrent version of React as an option here, just so that people, because That's what someone's going to say to you. The funniest thing is, it's a tricky one because concurrent React doesn't mean React's doing less work. Like you're actually making it do less work. It just means that it doesn't look as bad. So it's like, it's kind of misleading. And I feel like that might be the argument that the React team makes. Instead of optimizing the reconciliation, if we can use concurrent rendering, like especially, this is something, if I were you, I would be curious about at least, because then you'd be like, okay, what's the limitations of that? And like, if concurrent rendering makes it seem like an example like this seem even smoother than optimized rendering, who cares? Well, the truth matters at a certain point, you do care because, as I say, concurrent rendering can't change the total amount of work, right? You saw in my 500 issue, I was even glitching a little bit. It's because 500 is too much in this scenario. It only schedules the pure computational work. But I do think it's actually kind of interesting. Okay, so you got another demo for me here? Let me see.
Full disclaimer, this one's like, so each row has like 100 elements. And so this is like a lot of elements we're just testing here.
I'm going to just kill the other one because I just don't want to risk, and let's put this one in. I don't want to risk like some kind of background thing. Okay, so Million versus React demo. Oh, so when you say React versus Fiber, is this 15 versus 16 or something else special?
It's using the same version, but Fiber uses start transition.
Okay, good. So we'll see concurrent rendering. All right. Is this the idea that I'm supposed to do this like really, really fast?
You might need to put up a node count so there's some more effects.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I can add a 0. I can go like this.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
I did it. I killed it. Okay, fine. Let's meet in the middle. 5,000?
Yeah. There we go.
Let's just paint it red. Okay. It's better.
Mm-hmm.
This is the example I wanted. Thank you. This is exactly. You see, you can see start transition already kind of making it. The big thing about start transition is I love this example because it shows it. Look, when I click this on React, there's going to be a delay, right? When I go to Fiber or concurrent rendering, there's still going to be a delay because even if it can schedule the stuff so it's non-blocking and keeps on spinning, it can't make the work happen any faster, right? Let's try Million.
I really hope this works.
It does.
Okay.
And there's less, but here's the difference. There's less delay. This is the fundamental difference. Do you see? There's less delay here. I'm like trying to raise my hand so people can see the delay. Like even I go to Fiber, which has the same looking graph, to be fair. Like it doesn't delay it that much. Like it doesn't like trail that much. There's a delay. Like Million again. I can't even get my hand up. Fiber. You see what I'm saying? Concurrency can make it so that it's smooth, so it's not doing this when I'm clicking it. It's not like doing this. Fiber at least will keep the circle going around when I do this and I click it, a few times. Fiber is not gonna you know what I mean? But the work is still taking longer because Fiber doesn't make it any faster. Million does. That is a great demo. You people following what I'm saying? The end result looks similar. It's not blocking. One side does less work. One side smartly schedules. But because the schedule can't change the amount of work that needs to be done, it just takes longer still. So it's less responsive. I like that example a lot because a lot of people don't understand the difference between concurrent rendering, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost as if doing less work is going to be faster. Yeah, no kidding, right? So, you know, this is this is great. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I was doing. This is the argument that people have against concurrent rendering, right? Like the views and stuff. Like I implement concurrent rendering in Solid because, why not? I need to prove, certain part of the work I do have to prove that reactive libraries can do everything virtual DOM libraries can do without a virtual DOM. But I was kind of skeptical because I was like, if you just make the thing faster. Okay, well, actually, let's do something here. Let's up this. This is the trade-off, okay? Let's up this to 8,000. I think we already talked about it. It won't actually make Solid any faster, probably. Now we're at 8,000. Is that the right number? No. No, this is going to be hard. I need to get the number. The problem is the creation takes such a long time that it gets lagged. But I need the number high enough to show the update difference I want to show. We're going to forget about for React. Actually, we're only going to be between Fiverr and Million because I don't think React will be able to handle what I want to do. I want to get back up huge here. I want 15,000. Because I have a theory, and I'm hoping this example proves my theory. Okay, let's try it now. Well, see, that's a long delay. Do you see that? Click. There it is. But it was pretty smooth through it all, right? Now let's go to Million. Wait for it. Okay, I'm gonna click it. Not even here can I show it. Like this actually just proves the point we were making a moment ago even better. But you notice it does pause, right? It does stop moving for a second. It goes red. So one could argue that this is a worse user experience. But this is, even this is great. Because look, see the red. See the red. Go back to Fiverr. It's never going to go red on us. But what I was trying to show here, let's see. Actually, that one did go red. Let's try this now. Okay. The first one went red. It won't go red again. There we go. Or it goes red like, actually, I don't know if it's even that much better. It just goes red like a second, like 2 seconds later. Click. Oh, there it is. Yeah, what I was trying to point out is that in theory, if the workload got heavy enough to that both options are really expensive, like if you got it to a point where you got a threshold where Million was super slow still, and React Fiber was super slow, Fiber's smoothing it out might give you a better user experience. But you have to get to for that to be true, you have to get to such an extreme that I'm having a hard time in this demo getting to it, right? This is the whole argument, because it's not like you have to simulate these slowdowns. Like I'm probably going to kill my laptop before we get here. Yeah, it's probably red for the actual DOM updates. That might be it, right? Maybe that's what it is. So look, now we're at 20,000. Click. I don't even... There it is, actually. I put my hand down too early. It took that long. There's like 2 phases there. Let me try again. Click.
It went like
see it slow down for a minute. Oh, there it is. It's like in 2 batches. It's like there's so much work that they had to split it in 2 batches. Okay. Let's go to Million. I'm loving this. It's like all the followers are leaving. No one else is loving this. Only me. No, seriously, the viewer count's dropping right now. Clearly no one cares about this as much as I do. Let's try this with Million again. Click. Click. The red's just a little bigger. Yeah. I mean, there's concurrent rendering that matters from a navigation I/O standpoint that I'm all behind, but from a CPU usage standpoint, you're seeing the problem. You get to a point where the work is so expensive anyway that all React can do is delay it from happening. Like it can't make it actually any more, like it just doesn't solve the performance in the way that people expect. Anyway, I think I've nailed this one down to like,
Yeah.
Are they just using queue microtransactions? No, they have a dead letter queue with priority queue, basically, and they basically do as much work as they can within a time window, and then pass priority, and then do as much work. And they only do the pure work, like the rendering work. They don't do the diffing or patching kind of work. So, and then they basically keep on doing this work in the background as they can until they get to a point where they've caught up, and then at that point they flush and then apply all the DOM changes. Basically, if you have some like expensive 3D thing that's like expensive on the rendering side, concurrent rendering doesn't help you. It's only for pure computations. It's hard. That's probably the problem with this test. It's hard to tell if there's a computational overhead. Maybe the computational overhead is not high enough here to actually trigger this, and we're just seeing the DOM overhead, in which case concurrent rendering actually just makes it worse. Maybe not worse than React without it, but it's like basically, I mean, I'm going to tempt fate here. I'm going to go back to React at 20,000.
Oh my God. For what? There's no computation. Actually, is there? I believe there is computation when like recreating the lists.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. So let's do this. Oh, I already clicked it. I'm sorry. I need to do this. We'll wait a minute. No, actually, no, I must have not clicked it because React would have done the work right away. So let's try it again. Click. Yeah, there we go. Click. You see what's going on here, right? It is faster than Fiber, but it blocked for like freaking half the screen. So that's the trade-off. Right, that's what it's solving. It's making sure that it doesn't do this. But you can also reduce that dramatically. I mean, the problem is I'm going to have to get to like 100,000 nodes or something before we actually no. The number of nodes I do, because this is going to turn into a DOM bottleneck, is not going to make a difference here. This thing just can't click. See, it's just smaller. It's just faster. I can't actually, with this test on its own, simulate it. We'd have to make some pure computational overhead. The DOM, like I could add 50,000 nodes. It's not going to actually change the math here because the DOM is really what's killing us here. So, yeah. I think this is fair to say that this is actually not a good React Fiber demo. But it's the kind of thing that would cause most people to be confused. They'd be like, isn't this why you do this? Is to make performance better? And it's like, no, it actually only makes performance better in a very specific scenario. Oh, I mean, I'm just trying to exaggerate it to a point where we can actually see that there's some kind of benefit here. And the answer is, adding DOM nodes does not show the benefit of concurrent rendering. Right. Anyways, this was a fun tangent. I enjoyed that. But yeah, I want to go back to Aiden's screen because I actually want to see what the difference like between authoring is for a second. Because can we see the React example with? Yeah, we already saw it. You literally just switched the map for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? And you ran your compiler and you were good?
Yeah, basically. I mean, like we have like a quick start here. I mean, like it's basically just this. And then, or if you have a list, use a for. Yeah. I mean, we can look into more examples, but it's basically just.
Someone mentioned here that your Million React version doesn't use start transition, so you could add the start transition to the Million React version, and then in theory, you could get the. It could also be like a little bit smoother, I guess.
Yeah.
But there's a trade-off there, right? You delay it, but because you're already more efficient, your delay won't be as big, which means it won't have. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I when I tried it, it was like basic. I think it's what you mentioned. I still don't. I mean, I don't understand concurrent rendering, so. Like I think there's not enough computational cost, and so when I tried it, it was basically the same as React Fiber.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly. So yeah, it's interesting to say the least. Yeah, I like this example. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so yeah, just block it.
yeah.
Yeah. So what are we looking at here? Like, so because in your example did you put a block? I didn't actually see you put a block anywhere. Like in the code from the example you just showed.
No, this one, like anything inside a for will just automatically be blocked. So,
Gotcha.
yeah,
And then that's almost a good rule of thumb because like a lot of people probably don't need blocks for most things that aren't lists. Like
yeah, exactly.
so like interesting. Yeah, because we already saw. Well, I mean, we looked at the JS framework benchmark, and I'm pretty sure that if I go which frameworks and I go none and I put million, but my guess is it's not gonna do what I think. I'm gonna put million React right next to each other. Okay, so let's just do that, and yeah, like who cares? Yeah. But swap rows obviously list. What I was gonna get at is create many rows. This is actually substantial.
All right. I think your screen isn't shared.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. I was gonna say most of these numbers, I was gonna say that the create many rows is actually substantial, but I wonder how much when you're using million in React that you see that benefit as much. I think that would be the one reason I'd be interested in the benchmark is to see if adding million in React improved the creation. I know it's going to improve updates, but what impact will it have on the creation time? Because if it does this, there are more use cases where this might actually be quite interesting. But if I understand from your example here, for automatically wraps the children in a block. Otherwise, if you put a block around a React component,
it will
also automatically do the splitting. Those are the two things. You look for the block thing from a compiler standpoint, and you look for components. And then, is there any other optimization you do?
No, not like related. We have like macros if you ever want to try them, but that's about it.
Macros. What are macros? Is this just like a memoization function, or what is it?
No, it's just like if you ever want to execute code at compile time, you can do it. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Hi, Dax. And I demand you to back away from the virtual stop right now. Bun and Jared has been talking a ton about its macros, and in a lot of cases, a lot of the stuff I view the stuff like this Bling as basically a macro system. It's like JavaScript really wants one, and we just
yeah. I mean, like, just why not? Because we already have like if you have like some sort of like 1+1 or business side here. Oh shit, we probably should not run that. Anyway, so yeah, if you have something like inside here, we will like evaluate that on the serve. I just realized that that's probably not what we want to do here though.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Million uses a different algorithm for rendering on the server. It does not disable SSR. So what happens if you disable SSR? It just doesn't render that block at all on the server, and then a client renders only?
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes like we you know how we have to have like the wrapper elements? Sometimes they just don't match up or
But that's okay. That's still cool though that you could just have that granular control of just being like, no, not rendering on the server. That is interesting. Chat's just obnoxious as always. Okay. Is it what's this? What do we got here? Is it a good idea to create Million.js UI components and use it in your React project? Like, yeah, I guess people are still trying to figure out the pattern for adoption. This is something you you use at an application level, like mostly. Like the funny thing is, you said yourself you don't want to get into the framework game, but at a certain point, people go, okay, well now I want to make my stuff like because this is applied at a component level.
Yeah.
And then and it's done through compilation. So people are probably thinking they're like, oh, if I use all the React components, I don't actually get the advantage. It's only like the leaf nodes, things that I might pass into those components. So they're like, I mean, this is a fair question. Like,
Yeah.
is Million going to have an ecosystem? What's the thinking here?
Eventually, like the 1 year goal plan, because Java, is to make it like more of a performance stack. I think blocks and four and whatever is just like the gateway drug. Like React
Yeah.
people think it's cool, and then we offer like Chance Stack, Virtual plus Million, or stuff like that, or like performance monitoring. And because there's a bunch of performance stuff. It's just really scattered around, and like having it in one little like utility thing would be really cool.
Right. Okay. Yeah. This is a fair question because I liked it, and the reason I don't put it past Parasocial to debate a little bit on this. It's like you say you're not making a framework, but then you are making a framework, and I don't think you get actually away from it. So, yeah. Yeah. It's interesting for sure. Yeah. But I'm glad to hear that you at least acknowledge that like that is a thing, because you could also be like, no, I'm not doing this. This is for your own app thing. But yeah, that's why I think you actually have to be clear about this. You have to actually make a decision whether to support the community in this direction and say like, yeah, this is a good thing or not. And I know that puts you kind of on a ledge, but it's like I think it's kind of an inevitable if that's where things are going, right? And yeah, table libraries and stuff like that are people are talking about a perfect example. This is where we've when you have good performance. It's a tricky one actually. Tables are like one of the places where a lot of people care a lot about performance. That's why Solid's actually gotten huge gains there. But then again, Solid's update characteristics make it almost ideal for tables. I'm trying to think if there's like something similar for a Block VDOM that would be like a use case that would be like really like, I mean, I'm sure you'd like already being better at React pretty much across the board. I think you could have benefit there, but what kind of stuff would really benefit from Million kind of components like that? I'm trying to think if there's any like structural like stuff that is mostly structurally static, but tables is probably still a pretty good place because it's the number of dynamic entry points where that might eventually balance out. Maybe the stock ticker example is like your sweet spot. I'm just pointing out there things that are actually static but update a lot of stuff at the same time, right? Where reactive libraries, a lot of the strength is actually things that are mostly static that update not as much stuff at the same time. It's so good at doing small updates, like swapping a row, doing that. But what if something where you have to like blast it a billion times? That might, with a lot of data, that might be a sweet spot. In either case, I just an idea of like where integration, like where to prioritize early integrations. Yeah, and I mean maybe that's why Angular wants signals. Just putting it out there. If you see AG Grid, do go back check out my stream. We absolutely kill it with Solid on AG Grid. Games is an interesting one. Yeah. Actually, games is actually a really good one. It's what I described, and it's an example of where people like immediate mode mentality more. Like retain mode is generally more performant, but people like immediate mode mentality in games. That's like where like that's like one of the biggest examples. Most game engines are immediate mode. Almost React's influence there. Yeah, I like that. I like games. That's a good thought. I don't know how that like practically transforms into like game engine components, but I think that's actually a very good thought. Okay, cool. So that's it. That's interesting. It doesn't actually take that much. You can basically, well, how does it work with like imports and stuff? How do you set up your project, I guess, is my question. You have the quick start guide. Should we be, but I guess when I'm, okay, so
you can take a look here.
Yeah, let's look here. So you install it, Million React, then you put block in. I got that. Is that just it? it like you said there's how the compiler bit, like you said 4 automatically does it. Is there like a plugin for it or something?
Yes. We have unplugin, which is like works with, yeah, and then unplugin gives us the code, and we run a Babel transform on it with our Babel plugin.
Okay.
And then from there, it all goes down.
Okay. So you could just like unplugin that works with like Vite, works with Webpack, works with.
Yeah.
And then sorry, and you have an additional Babel plugin?
We do provide like a Babel plugin, but if you want to use it standalone,
Okay.
but yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was actually just looking at the docs. I'm actually on my screen now looking at the exact same page, and I was actually trying to see you don't mention the plugin, do you here? This is
No, this is just like
yeah,
getting
yeah,
to learn, yeah.
yeah, quick start and then installation. Use the compiler. Okay, I got you. Here you go. Nice. Next. Experimental optimizer. Okay, so this is the thing that does all the cool magic?
Yeah. Or no, this is the thing that so we have the magic by default in the compiler, and then the things that make it into like we analyze on the server or compiler is that it works kind of, not really, but you can try it out.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, we got some questions coming in. So this is now is a good time to ask your questions. I think we're at the end of our demos, right, Aiden? It's question time.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what we go. Okay. Well, that's. Can you explain? That was actually for me. Can you explain the game comparisons of React? It's just like in most game engines, and I think it was mentioned right above in the chat. They re-render the whole frame, like every frame. They don't keep like a representation around an update. They just like everything's. They know their FPS is pretty constant because like every frame they do all the rendering work over and over again. They basically like throw away the previous frame, which seems really inefficient, but it means things stay consistent because they can always just go like, what's the state? And then view as a function of state. Like it's very straightforward. React was built on those principles. I was just saying like one of the like advantages, like the funny thing is the DOM is retain mode. It's not like that. You don't throw away the DOM every frame. You keep the DOM and you mutate it. So that's why like reactivity fits well with the DOM, because you run the component once and then you update just the things that change, right? But if game mentality is like, let's just re-render it, throw it away, a more efficient reconciler in that world would be great. Like that makes a ton of sense. What do we got, Greg? Greg is the creator of Leptos, for those who don't know, the Rust reactor library. The great thing here is the best of both worlds thing, I think. There'll never be a Block DOM or EV or one more adoption in a meaningful way, but React integration is so simple here. There you go. Yeah. What would an NPM component bundling look like? It describes the app to set it up properly. Yeah, I guess this is a fair question. Do you follow what he's asking? Like, do you think people would pre-compile at like for the lib or would the application be the one responsible for doing the compilation? Or
Definitely precompile, because we can only analyze JSX currently, and then I don't think component libs ship JSX. Do they?
Right.
I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, most of them don't in the React ecosystem, but it's a fair question. Like, for example, in Solid, we actually ship the source because we do different compilation for client and server and hydration and all this stuff. Svelte switches the source, Vue ships the short. React precompiles. So generally speaking, I'm guessing you'd follow suit there. So you do all you'd have to use a plugin like this if you're a library author and include as part of your build step, and then people would just import the components, install Million, and then it should just work, if I understand.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if this has been asked, but I'm curious. Is Aiden the only person behind Million.js? Did he come up with this idea, or you sponsored or funded or anything? What's up? Sure, fair question. I always hated getting this question early days, but go for it.
Yeah, originally it was me, but now we have like oh my gosh, I don't even know how many, like 10-person team. Mostly it's community, and then we have a couple R&D. I think Tom just asked a question earlier. He's one of the contributors. But yeah, we're we're going on individual sponsors. And if Davis is still in the chat, I asked him for advice for like, okay, how do we get like more like how do we break even? Like, and so yeah, so we're still looking into how to get sponsored, funded, and pay contributors.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, I mean, I want to ask, do you have any plans there? How should I put it? Like, it's funny asking me, like, you're going to go to university next year. You just finished high school. So my guess is like you're very much on the open source path right now, like like open collective donation, that kind of deal, right? That's the plan here. Do you guys have a way of collecting money like that? Do you have a open
It's just
collective
through
or Patreon or whatever, GitHub
like
sponsors?
yeah, we give sponsors. I can send in the private chat, but yeah, it's not easy. But like yeah, one thing I'm thinking about is like, how do we get companies to use it so they could consider, like, the thing is like we're in a chicken and egg problem, right? Companies don't want to use it because other companies aren't, like, not enough companies are using it in production, and therefore they don't want to use it. So how do we convince people to use it? And then also
That problem doesn't go
yeah,
away, not for a long
yeah,
time.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I follow you. Yeah, it does start with this stuff. I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces here sponsoring the project. People like Anthony, very very awesome. So there you go. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this is important. These funds help. Obviously, when companies back, they can give larger chunks of money, but it does start here. At first, it's funny because you usually don't have a ton of money, tons of things to spend it on. You're like, yeah, I've collected a few $100s. What am I going to do with it? It's not enough to pay someone to do anything.
Yeah.
It's like covering the website fees, but you watch it and it grows, and then eventually, you can do stuff. We've managed to start a fellowship program with Solid, which is based off the Open Collective. Again, it's not enough to pay someone full time, but it's enough.
Right.
I mean, we'll talk a bit about that later, but it's enough to fund. It's been enough to fund various projects for like a couple months here or there, and let people get paid to do work. Like open source is work, even if people get to consume it for free. I'm suggesting this to my team lead on Monday. If it works, it claims making it on prod. There you go. People are trying it out.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I'm sure Aiden would love you to reach out at any time if you have any questions and stuff. So here's a question. I mean, you could do your best with this, but I mean, keep in mind, as I said, he's just about to go into first year of university or whatever. So what are your plans for the future? Do you see yourself still work on Million.js, or do you have other projects you have in mind that you like to explore or work on?
Yeah, I think my number one priority right now is like, okay, if I'm like the main person driving development, I need to like in the 2 or 3 months before university, I need to figure out a way to make this somewhat sustainable. And so I don't have to like dedicate like 50 hours, 60 hours a week just working on this thing. And so, yeah, for now it's survival mode and just trying to like get this project somewhat going before I go part-time. But I have been looking into like fellowships, not solid fellowship, but like fellowship in general, and just like saying, can I take a gap year, gap semester, just working on this thing? Because like I like working on it. It's really fun. Everything from engineering to community and whatever. It's a lot of new things, and maybe it's because I'm like in the honeymoon period, but yeah,
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a couple technical questions while we're at it. I mean, I think this is the first thing that comes to someone's mind. I know the answer, but go for it. What if I just wrap my root component in Million.js block? Is that just win? What happens?
No, I mean, depends. I mean, like if you just have like one giant app function component, then yes, probably. But maybe a little bit like improvement. But like generally, you want to like use it where it's needed at the moment because there are trade-offs, right? There are certain trade-offs with this approach. If it doesn't, if it like hits somewhere it doesn't work, it just defers back to React. So technically, you won't have any like performance debuff, but like you should probably figure out, use it
My
smartly.
my understanding of the compiler, because the way it is you're basically just going to split the JSX in that top level component. So if your app component literally is like a bunch of context providers, like not much is going to
Yeah,
happen here. Like it basically putting block around your React component goes, okay, here's this template, here's the state. I'm going to optimize the static parts of that template, but
exactly.
that template might have other components in it that have other components in it, and those all aren't going to be like leverage that benefit unless they themselves are wrapped in blocks and for their static parts. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, some of the comments here. You should just work on a weight lifts. It helps for sustainability.
I did try squats the other day, and I have like you just yesterday I have like a bruise here because I like did not get the form right, but
Yeah,
I'm yeah.
I saw that you got,
Yeah.
and I also saw that you reached 10,000 stars on GitHub this last
Yeah.
week, and you promised everyone that you
Oh
would
no.
shave your head. What was that all about? I'm just curious. Let's see if I can actually find what I'm looking for. Yeah, Aiden. Yeah, here we go. I found what I'm looking for.
Oh God.
Let me. Oh,
So yeah, it was like 3 a.m. I like woke up in the middle of the night and I saw like this tweet from like if you click on the original tweet, there's like
yeah.
someone with a different project. They were like, "Oh, if we hit 10K, I'm gonna shave a mustache." And I was like, "Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do you one more." I said, "Real bald."
I s-
Yeah. So I mean, it's halfway there. You know,
yeah.
there,
So
there's
is
there's
it is
compatibility.
now? Is this an like Avatar Last Airbender reference or what's going on here?
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, good. I'm not completely. I was like looking. I was like, this arrow. Yeah, some people mentioned at the beginning of the stream they were disappointed that you were not bald for this stream. So
I thought about it, like, but like it's gonna take me months to grow it back, and I was like, no, that's too much. I'm not committing that much for this project.
oh yeah. It's like yeah. Don't shave your head. Don't get a tattoo. Um,
Oh no.
no. The tattoo's not from the framework.
Okay.
I just got to do that for fun. My old punk rock band was also called Solid. So,
All right, all right.
but uh, sorry, where is it? Yeah,
If we hit 10K sponsors, then maybe no.
people just giving you a hard time about that.
Oh man.
Anyway, okay, all good. Okay, we're gonna wrap up with Aiden pretty quick here. Unless there's any other questions, we're gonna get on to this week in JavaScript. I think it was really cool hearing about the Block VDOM in Million.js and mostly just how easy it is to just put it into React and for people to get some level of benefit. It is interesting. I really enjoyed that example we had
Hmm.
where we looked at the difference between the like concurrent rendering and that because it's a very clear way of seeing the difference between reducing work and scheduling work as a demo, which is really cool. So yeah, I think this is very cool. I'm honestly in awe of a high school student putting this together and already making such a big impact. There's a lot of people into it. As you said, just hit 10,000 stars on GitHub and already, top performance and benchmarks. Very impressive work. And I'm looking forward to see where you take things moving forward in the future. And yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Like, I think Honestly, this wouldn't have happened without your guidance. And thank you for featuring the stream. Like I said before, like this is kind of surreal. Uh, Usually I'm the watching the streams and like shit posting in the chat, but now I'm on the stage shit posting. It's like a big difference. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, this is very impressive stuff. I couldn't say it any better. Super fun to look at, and honestly, I had so much fun making even the thumbnail with
Yeah.
the lion or whatever. Really cool branding stuff. Really fun stuff you've done with Million. So keep it up. Great work, and we're gonna let Aiden go. But the stream is not over. Anyways, see you, Aiden.
Don't leave yet.
Actually, wait. I didn't give you a chance. Any shoutouts? Shoutouts, links, anything you want to share before you go. I got ahead of myself.
Sure. My Twitter is Aiden Bai here, and then you can go to million.dev if you want to check out the projects. And go start.
All right, there you go. Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Till next time. All right, that was awesome, wasn't it? Yeah. No. I was definitely entertained by some of the stuff when I was going to go build the thumbnail here. Sorry, where am I here? I was like trying to find content, and I'm like, I could use this. I ended up using the lion that I found from the from their actual account. Yeah, I don't know how many people realize that. They're like, "What's with this logo?" It's the like the mouth of a lion, right? But if that wasn't obvious enough, this great image here gave me everything that I needed to work with. So, very cool. Okay, so let's get set up for this week in JavaScript. Yeah, we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about I've been a little bit in my own zone here, but there has been a few happenings this week, and we should talk about them. Obviously, there's the announcement for the funding. Give me a second. I'm just like get stuff all set up here. Close down that Million demo, so the 20,000 rows or whatever don't sit there and clog up our performance here. All right, yeah, give me a second. All right, yeah, I haven't had the most active Twitter week, perhaps, but and I haven't been following a ton of what's been going on. So yeah, if people have stuff that they want to talk about, I think it's probably worth it. Oh, I hate this. Sorry, I'm just realizing one of the funniest things that Twitter does is when at a certain zoom, bookmarks disappear. I don't know why. It's like they just missed it in the UI, but like bookmarks, which I use for this part, so I have to zoom out to zoom back in to actually get to the bookmarks, because they just don't show up on the menu anywhere. It's like they added that Twitter verified thing, and then now you can't find bookmarks. There we go. Once you get above 125% on the screen. Okay, let's go. All right. People still there? We had a bit of a drop off after Aiden left, but I mean, I knew there's a lot of Million.js fans in the house today. Yeah. Let's talk about a few things. Okay, cool. All right. Let's start with the more happy news. Let's start with that. Okay, so yeah, let's go. Everyone is on Threads anyways. Yeah, I saw that, but it's fine. I am still in my zone. I had my first interaction on Twitter with Ryan Florence in a long time, which was actually I didn't interact. It was fun to see that he's back. Anyway, I deleted my Twitter app. Getting out of hand there to drain my energy rather than inspires. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of that sentiment recently. I thought it died already. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, yeah, let's talk about this week in JavaScript. For me, a couple big things happened this week. That I hinted or perhaps leaked last week as well, but it's fine. So I actually got a lot of very nice private DMs this past week where people are like, "Hey Ryan, if you don't want people to realize you leaked something, don't mention it while you're on stream. No one would probably have noticed." I was fine with it leaking. I just didn't want it to be the topic of discussion in the chat. But it was fun because a lot of people came on Twitter after we made the announcement and were like, "Hey, I saw this last week." People felt like they're in the know, which is a lot of fun, I think. So anyway, let's flip over to my screen. First thing, I'm glad this was recorded. I started this week. I did a space with Mishko Hevery, where we talked about the future front end. There were some criticisms that space was a lot of just like us talking about why signals are the best thing in the universe, for literally almost an hour. I think it's fair. We probably went too far, but you can at least play the recording and hear it. At one point, someone asked to compare React server components to PHP or whatever, and I just lost it. So some people would probably find that fun. But in general, I don't know. These discussions, looking further out, I find really hard, admittedly. I think we're actually at a time where there's a reasonable amount of uncertainty. There's a lot of, and we talk a lot about that, a lot of tension to push things towards the server to reduce client-side costs. But at the same time, a lot of people who will never make that switch. So, yeah, I think we're in an interesting place, and I wish there was more answers, but I want to find out. That's the thing, How else are we going to find out unless we try and explore these avenues? Yeah, I admit every round last week to see what you leaked. Yeah, well, the big news this week was definitely for us, and pretty big news in general. That's a decent amount of likes. We've been working to secure funding from the Aurora project through Google Chrome, and it's all gone through now, which is absolutely amazing. It's a big chunk of money for us, $30,000. I think in fact they've already started dropping money in here. Oh, they're gonna do magic link me, aren't they? That's annoying. I hate this. Give me 2 seconds. The funny thing is I probably could have just, you know what? Screw this. I think I can literally just go to GitHub, or no, go to solidjs.com. Go to, is there an open, do we not have the open collective link here? It's probably on the GitHub. Why am I just yeah, here we are. I think if I look, we should have, the first Chrome Framework Fund drop into SolidStart of $5,000 today. So I'm very excited about this. This represents us actually being able to fund a lot of research that we've wanted to do in SolidStart. We kind of put on the back burner a bit, prioritizing other things. This is pretty exciting. Mostly that with this kind of money, we can actually put significant money towards getting people working on SolidStart. I hint here on my quote treat full time, and that's true. Alexis, you might be familiar with from the Solid community. He's going to be able to work on the SolidStart research full time. We've already started work into the benchmarks. I think I want to go over this announcement a bit because I think it's actually important to understand a lot of the motivation here and how the Chrome team even got involved. And it's largely because if you remember in the fall, there's that Taste Movies app, and I released this article around it, and we were working on SolidStart, and Adi Asmani came to me and he was like, "Hey, we want a solid version." And I was thinking about it, and I was like, "This is a perfect opportunity. Maybe we can build it." And if you remember from this article, a number of people from the community, it wasn't just Nikhil who kind of led the charge, but I believe we mentioned it in here. Hopefully, where did we get to it? There was a shout out. I thought it was in this article. Maybe it's in a different one. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, Nikhil, David, several members of the Solid community, including Dev, RB, Muhammad, Zaki, Paul, a whole bunch of other people went and built the SolidStart Movies app demo, which you can find at solidmovies.app. And this was like basically an experimental look at kind of something similar to server components. We called it islands routing, where we could do client-side routing, preserve state, and essentially only ship the minimal amount of JavaScript. In this case, I think it's 13 kilobytes for this whole app by just sending HTML partials. And it was a really cool demo. It had some gaps, still has some issues. Like everyone tells me about the scroll restore issue. Like when you navigate, sometimes the scroll doesn't restore properly. There are things we didn't get into, but it was kind of a premise proof of what we could do here, because I have to admit, I'm very excited about server components, but the implementations so far haven't really made people that excited from a performance standpoint. And that's something that we really wanted to address and look at here. And the funny thing is, I didn't tell the community this. I was pretty bad at this at the time, but Addy, like when he was like, we could fund you to build this movies app. And at the time, instead of taking the money, I didn't even notice. I was just so excited about the opportunity that I just like went to the team and went to people and like, let's build it. I never took any money from them. It's kind of a funny story. I like was looking over it later at some point, and I was like, oh wait, he offered up to $10,000 to build this movies app. So I went back to him and I was like, okay, we didn't take that money before. We really want to build this for real. Can you help us? And that's kind of started the conversation, right? I've talked to a number of people from the Chrome team over the last several months. People like Michael Mockney talking about IMP, and we really decided that we need to take a really empirical look at this to decide if these choices are worth it. Serialization, resumability, islands, how this actually impacts the measured performance of what we're doing. And as I said, Alexis has already started on making a new set of server-side benchmarks to look at hydration and server rendering costs, so that we can, compare each step of the way whether our experiments are actually going to have a positive benefit. Because honestly, we could put this together and then, because we think it's cool, and if it didn't deliver on performance, we're kind of wasting everyone's time. People are already happy with the DX they have of apps today. Sure, there might be like little trade-offs that might be better in some ways and worse in other ways, but this whole thing is, I feel like we're only going to be very compelling if we can actually show that there's a positive benefit for a lot of websites here. And I'm really excited by this approach, because we have the potential to keep the interactivity and the stuff you like with client-side apps, and just reduce that footprint, in terms of JavaScript. So, game on, so to speak. And with Chrome doing this, making them right off the bat our second biggest contributor behind Netlify, is huge. We've actually, I should take a couple moments here, also shout out a couple other contributors people don't realize. JetBrains is actually secretly, they're so low profile, our third largest financial contributor to the project, and they regularly give us a nice sum, and Builder.io is fourth. There's a lot of great people and companies that have supported us, but I think a lot of times the bigger names get more attention, and all four of these, including Chrome, are making a really significant difference. This is why we can have the fellowship programs, Solid Hack, SolidStart Fund. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there, but this is very exciting, right? And it opens up new doors. We're going to have some more announcements probably in the coming week, and maybe even a bit further. There's more things like this. I think Solid has really gone to a point where People associate us with innovation, whether it's just on pure rendering, hydration, whether it's on, interesting areas like our research into reactive dev tools, or our look into, obviously signals and the reactivity patterns in different frameworks. And for that reason, there's a lot of companies that are interested and want to associate with the brand and work together to kind of help innovate on the web. This is something that we're really serious about because we care a lot about performance and we care a lot about, good user experience. So I'm very excited to work with the Chrome team and, a lot of other partners moving forward. But as I said, the biggest thing that excites me about this is we're going to take this back to the basics. We remember when Aiden was sitting there and we were talking a moment ago about how the JS framework benchmark helped us understand stuff that was difficult to understand, right? We experimented. We did a whole bunch of why is this fast? Why is this not fast? And we tested it and we iterated and we learned cool things about underlying C layer and, all this stuff to the point we got to something really, really quick. I think we need that kind of focus when it comes to entering this area around hydration and server-side rendering. There just isn't anything to that degree right now. And that's why we don't know. We all talk about how great our server-side stories are, and we just don't actually know. And being able to return back to benchmarks and numbers and actually use that to drive the development, something I'm very excited for because it's very much at home with how I developed Solid in the first place, right? There's an idea, there's a certain developer experience kind of expectation, and then the question was what do we need to make things performant? Right? Just catching up on chat here a bit. Yeah, the Aurora Chrome project, there's only, I think, a few projects that are supported by it. This has been large. I may have been a little critical in the past at certain points because, to be fair, when they started up, they basically just said, we're going to help open source projects, and then it looked like they were just only funding Next. It was straight into the Next React thing. And it's because they have the biggest impact, if you think about it. The most people using it. If you can improve Next, you improve more websites than you do by improving Solid, for example. And I met some of the people, around the Aurora project a couple times through Marko. I pushed the Astro people there at one point, and even the Builder people. I didn't really see it with Solid at the time because I was just I'm just going to innovate anyways. I kind of keep closed-minded on this. I'm I'm not a company, or I'm not this, And then at a certain point, it's kind of silly. I've kind of grown since then. I'm just funds like this and supportive groups like Chrome can really make a huge difference on a project like ours. And I feel very fortunate that, Next, Nuxt, and Angular, I think, are the main ones that they contribute to be, on that list. They're betting on our ability to innovate and improve the web, and I think that is absolutely huge. We're obviously out here trying our best, but to have that kind of reaffirmation from someone like Chrome that we're doing the right things and doing the right work is huge for the project. Yeah, no, Nikhil's still working with us on the project as well. He's just got other work. So the biggest thing with Nikhil is he's a free spirit. He wants to work on what he wants to work on. So I just make sure that those things align. And that's the problem. I don't think I could even pay him to force him to do something he didn't want to do. He is very driven that way. But I'm very excited because I'm having both him and Alexis on the project now. Is going to mean great things for SolidStart. Yeah, I think this is something that we definitely need to look at. Routing is a big part of this. If you haven't said, to me, server components are actually a routing solution. So there's two parts of the problem to solve. There's the partial hydration part, which is how we reduce JavaScript, and then there's the client-side routing part. And I think both sides are very important to kind of tell the whole story. And the Vue Transition API is a big part of the routing side. The biggest difference between RCs and Solid is one is being sold to me as this is the way you need to do, and if you fall behind, whereas hey, we think this is a benefit we're going to test and let know what's good for. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. I am kind of bullish on this side, but it's up for us to prove. Unless we can prove that this is something worth doing, then it's not worth anyone else's time, right? Like, that's how I've always operated, right? There is a huge benefit of being a big player like React, where you can get the community to test the stuff for you and you can learn from it. They can dogfood it that way, which is huge. They have Meta to do that, but we don't have that at our side. So all we can do really is try our best with what's available to us to approach this empirically. Yeah, see, okay, this is a good question, and I think it kind of ties in. It's inside the SolidStart repo under a dev branch. And if people have been watching my activity recently, I've just merged main back into the dev. It's not working completely. Basically, Nikhil went off and got like 120 commits ahead of main in a course of 2 weeks, basically, where he did all the RSC stuff. And he did a whole bunch of other stuff and stuff that we hadn't agreed on yet, and he just went crazy. And I was like, okay, well, I didn't know how to merge it back in to the project at the time, and I wasn't sure I wanted to merge it all back in because there's a lot of stuff that like we hadn't decided on, and if I put it in the project, then people would be using it and all this kind of stuff. And I kind of put it out there, on delay, and we continue to fix bugs for SolidStart in the meanwhile. I'm now trying to merge this thing 9 months later. It is one of the hardest merges I've ever done because Nikhil also refactored everything while he was doing it. And we've also fixed a whole bunch of stuff in Solid. So like merges aren't even lining up properly. But I'm doing it right now. So the Solid Movies app will soon show up, I'm hoping, on the main branch. But right now it is on the dev branch. I wonder what will come from Google. Yeah, I don't know. Web components have kind of dropped off, but but that had already happened by the time the Aurora project started off. That's when around 2018-19, Google Chrome seemed to make a kind of shift. Instead of investing like just on the web platform and web components, they started investing in frameworks because that's what people were using. So I don't know. If they have a place, they'll have a place, but I think they're not forcing it anymore. I think the Chrome team is looking at where users are, and I think a lot of people seeing Solid as a potential future places users are because the amount of innovation that goes on in our community. Yeah, with Netlify support, Ryan can buy his Friday Night Sushi. With the Chrome, more of the team can buy theirs, and that's huge. Yeah, that's what this is about. And I'm stoked. Like with Alexis coming on full time, this is the first time in the history that we've had a second person full time on something on the Solid project. We have a lot of people part-time. We're going to have more people because there's more interesting projects that we're working on that people want to sponsor, and we'll update you on that. But this is just the start. I mean, we're going to have like a paid team of full/part-time people, like a handful now in the coming months, and I'm pretty excited about that, what we can accomplish. From Chrome side, this is all about performance. They actually helped me with this blog post because originally I was a little fluffier and I left out some of the details here, and they were a little bit like, we have to make sure that people understand we don't just give money to open source frameworks for anything. This is about performance and how we can address core web vitals. So I did a rewrite a little bit, tweaked the messaging towards the end where I got a little more technical because I'd already written a big, long GitHub issue and articles about what we're doing, but I was like worried that for an announcement it was a little bit much, but they're like, no, put the tech stuff right in the announcement because we want people to understand our commitment to performance and, looking at these metrics. So yeah, mostly their involvement here is like, they just they are interested in seeing the performance happen, so we check in with them. This is why the benchmarks and stuff are so important, and advise the progress. Like the hope here is that what we learn here and I've said this many times before, it's going to impact more than just Solid, right? I think this kind of technology has wings, and if we can prove it, thanks to their funding, we'll be able to actually, we'll see others do similar things, right? Yeah, it is a horrific merge. What are the current options there? SolidStart is in beta. I've tried plugging SRM and use it for production. Didn't see anything else in this area. Yeah, there isn't much. I think when we started SolidStart, this was the one downside. A lot of people working on other meta framework type stuff for Solid kind of dropped off. The V plugin SSR guys are doing some stuff, but most people are leaving. This is the challenge. People know that we're working on some stuff that are game changers in SolidStart. So people are like, I'm gonna like wait to see it. Everything gets backported into other libraries. SolidStart is just a collection of things. Like the router is going to be the one that takes on the routing pieces. Most of the changes, a lot of changes are in the core here. So it's not like SolidStart actually does anything special. And ultimately, I'm hoping that it basically disappears from a code standpoint. But right now for SSR, that and maybe like Astro are basically what your options are. It's tricky because someone could go build something if they had a need, right? You can just use Solid SSR. But I think a lot of people are interested in seeing where this is going. And SolidStart, there's been a lot of production apps and stuff, people using it, but there are definitely rough edges for certain configurations. Yeah, exactly. It makes a big difference, right? I have to admit, Chrome's interest in us is largely around performance, so this is more of an R&D thing. But there's other people we're bringing on. The SolidStart is kind of forming its own team right now of interested parties. It's already started in the Discord, so I think this is all part of a bigger movement. There's a lot of excitement here right now. Only Addy Osmonicus. Yeah, no, Addy's great. A lot of respect for him and what the team is doing there. Yeah. Yeah, they help Next and Nux with the image components. Yeah, definitely. No, see, this is what we got to reconcile on this side of things. There is, in parallel, work being done on the stabilization of beta, but this is mostly around future development type stuff. This does alleviate me, though, in a lot of ways, because as I said, having people fixing bugs and start and getting that rolling helps a lot. I think the interesting thing is we have a few major projects going on. We have SolidStart, we have Solid 2.0, and we have this R&D stuff. And I think all three of them are interconnected to each other in meaningful ways. Each one right now has different people working on different parts. Obviously, the R&D stuff is getting started with Alexis getting the benchmarks going. The SolidStart stabilization, funny enough, is I've got Nikhil back, and we're doing some work looking at the foundations. We were working on the Astro base. We're kind of still working on that foundational piece and figuring out how we can finish that up. And then Solid 2.0, Milo is working on it with his latest research that he's been doing. He did an internship over the summer where he was working for a company that uses Solid but also has their own reactive system, and they gave him the opportunity to pioneer async reactivity in a whole new way. So this is all kind of feeding back into it, but there's a lot of moving pieces. So I'm still not going to give you people a 1.0. I won't put a 1.0. Same with Solid. I didn't put a 1.0 out till I knew that it was time. And it's same thing here. Yeah. So people talking about SSO and SSR. Anyways, yeah. This is absolutely huge for us having other people working on the project, as I mentioned. Okay. And yeah, the outpouring of support has been amazing. Yeah, great. It's just the other thing. I found this a little bit amusing, but I don't know if people saw. David also used this to make official the SolidStart logo. Now, don't get me wrong. This logo might look familiar to some people, probably you folks especially, because you're like, wait, I've seen that logo before. Where have I seen that logo before? Actually, let's switch it by popular, where Greg is king. But let's see. Wait, I've seen it. There it is. A year ago. Well, truth of the matter is we had this logo about a year ago. And what ended up happening was some people weren't into it as much. And David was very hesitant. And then we're like, finally screw it. Like, let's do it. The logo is great. I love it. It's got Solid's like block design while offering like this kind of sleek layered thing, which is like what a meta framework is. I think it's pretty safe to say that a lot of people like this logo. This tweet kind of blew up, and as I said, I thought this was awesome. What was I going to say? It's the first time I've seen our buddy Brian Florence in a while, who made a very funny joke. Hopefully I can find it right now. But he was saying that we stole the glow from Remix, and I can see it now. It took me, the glowing R is yeah. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's so many like careful design elements. I could probably like have David on stream talking a couple minutes about how like all the pieces work together. But let me see if I can find my man Florence here. Oh, he didn't follow me when he came back. Well, that's too bad. Anyways, I'm following him. Where is this? Am I not gonna find it? It was just yesterday. I thought it was hilarious. No? Is it already gone? No, there's no way he deleted it. This is just... I can't take it. Maybe he did it as a reply tweet to someone. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I'm like, I really want to find it now, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is my fault for not being more prepared ahead of time. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna find it. I've spent this amount of time getting here. I'm gonna find it. No, it's deleted. Oh, okay. That's too bad. Okay. I see. I guess we're up to old patterns again. Oh, that's too bad. It was funny. Anyway. It's just a solid logo pureed. Yeah. Oh well. I guess no one has a sense of humor anymore on Twitter. If he felt he had to delete it. Anyways, pretty cool stuff. But yeah, no, this has been a fun little time to make announcements. More announcements are coming for Solid. So yeah, I wanted to start with the happy news. But yeah, let's continue on. We got some more stuff for this week in JavaScript. Yeah, this one's a heavy one. It's funny, no one had actually shared this on Twitter. I shared it with Fred, and then Fred ended up being the one that shared it on Twitter. It all happened very quickly. Yeah, some people, sent me well wishes and asked me if I was okay or safe, but I am. I'm still working at Netlify, but Netlify let go another, I guess, I'm not sure the exact number, but I think around 50 people. So another decent size of our workforce. This is the second layoff in the last, 8 or 9 months. Kind of following trend with a lot of companies that did a second round not that long ago. It's always hard when this happened. A lot of really talented people, people I'd worked a lot with too, people like in the DevRel team were let go in this shift. But I wanted to talk about this for a minute because Matt Billman, our CEO, actually wrote a public message this time right on the blog site to tell people, and I think this is probably the best summary of the situation. But Netlify as a company needed to change path, and it happened about a year ago, maybe a little less, maybe more like 10 months ago, with the change in the economy to focus on enterprise. The thing is, these layoffs also come at a time of after two different acquisitions, to align on the enterprise space as well. So I think restructuring is a good way of looking at it. The company originally was built for incredible growth, shifted a bit, and then made the shift to enterprise. And this has still been, a fairly tough year. Interestingly enough, my understanding is the enterprise side of the business is actually the size that it's actually succeeding right now. So here we are again, and a lot of people, kind of are now looking for new employment. That being said, a lot of the restructuring was at an executive level, to my understanding. Almost half of the people who were let go were actually in senior management positions. So this is a slimmer, more efficient Netlify, so to speak. Obviously going to miss some of my coworkers that I saw, pretty regularly. Zach from 11T no longer works at Netlify. Just a shout out, but definitely hard to see him go, and some of the DevRel people. But Netlify as a business is still in a good place. Like the plan, on the plan that they're executing on, we're fairly stable. It just there was a hope that there'd be growth over the last quarter, and instead we just kind of the last couple quarters instead we just stayed stable. So it is what it is. But as I said, they've kind of shown a renewed focus, which I think is really good. I mentioned this a while ago that in a sense for the longest time I felt like Netlify and Vercel were kind of like this head-to-head battle, and people going to choose next and go to Vercel or this and that, and I don't even feel like it's even a consideration anymore on the Netlify side. It's like we don't actually care what Vercel does. It's just not even competing on the same space and the same customers. It's kind of liberating in that sense, and I'm very happy that they still see the potential in Solid. While the frameworks team, the open source team that I was on no longer exists, I am part of a kind of special R&D team, so I get to continue my work, and I think that shows a lot of foresight in the company and trust in us to continue the work with Solid and improving on the web. So I'm very happy to still be able to do the work we do, and Netlify has still been incredibly supportive of doing that. It actually came up, this question came up as what are you doing with SolidJS or whatever, and because of 11D and Zach not being around, and the senior management doubled down on mentioning the potential here that they saw, and I think that's really exciting. The work we do is really unique and really important for where the web is heading. So I'm very blessed to be able to continue that work at Netlify. Hey Nick. Yeah, hard couple days, right? Nick works on the framework integration team at Netlify. As I said, a lot of great coworkers were let go. So if you're hiring, I think Nick actually had a great tweet here. Let's see if I can find it. Where he was like, "Hey, hiring people." Where is it? Am I gonna find it now, Nick? I'm not going to find it now, am I? I swear I saw it. Trying to, yeah. I want to put it out there, like, Netlify is still, doing its thing. It's not like the doors are closing down or something. We're actually doing perfectly fine on that side. A lot of this is all about structuring that enterprise business, but there's obviously still customers, people who have sites on Netlify. Unless you were affected by the enterprise pricing changes, I think a lot of people on the lower tiers have been mostly unaffected, and there's still an incredible focus, especially on the R&D side. I'd say that it's like the development side, to continue making developers' lives easier who use Netlify, because like it doesn't matter if you're enterprise or hobbyist, we're all developers, and what helps developers helps everyone. Thanks, Nick. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see this, but yeah, here we are. Yeah, drop a comment ideally with your careers page. So yeah, he had a lot of great responses here of people hiring for positions. As I said, especially the DevRel talent that I know, like Netlify's had some of the best DevRel people over the years, and I mean, it's funny. Discover More actually shows you some of them. Cassidy, Jason. Anyway, such a great team, mentored by some of the best people in DevRel. I was fortunate enough to work a lot with them in the last couple months, and yeah, really great at what they do. So I strongly suggest anyone interested to reach out to them, because I think as of yesterday, the DevRel team at Netlify is literally one person, which is Phil. I think the rest of the team is gone. So, yeah. Anyway, heavy news, but Solid at least is in a pretty good place, and I felt very supported by them when these kind of questions came up during the meetings and stuff, and they were like, yeah, this is something we believe in. So yeah, this is never easy, but it's also something that we've seen a lot of. Shopify had a second round that was larger than their first round. Microsoft, Google, a whole bunch of companies kind of went through this. People are talking about 11T and Astro and Slinkity and stuff. That pivot from Ben was masterful. Yeah. I mean, static web generation is still definitely a thing. A lot of our marketing pages are built on 11D at Netlify, and obviously Astro is also another framework in that kind of zone of things. Anyway, but I do want to thank anyone who reached out during this time to check if I was okay. So it was definitely difficult to kind of see that happen, but things are moving forward, and Netlify is still here, still very much doing what we're doing. As I said, I think you're going to see I think in the next little bit, we're going to see kind of the results of this shift, right? It's just there's a bit of a lag when you talk enterprise, and I think that it's I'm even going to hedge as much as we might even see some really cool big new customers for Solid. That's all I can say. But yeah, more exciting times in the future. All right. What else do I got here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this. It's about time. I haven't talked about this, but it seems like a few days ago everyone decided that they were gonna give their story out. It started before this. Dan had taken some much needed time off, and he came back, and a few people like who had some difficult dealings with Dan got very upset about it. Like Alexis, not the solid Alexis, a different Alexis, and this got posted the other day where Dan basically threatened someone that they'd never get a leadership position in tech, and yeah, it kind of blew up. And it's tricky to see this because, like, it's funny if you read the comments and there's things, there's a whole bunch, like half the audience here, understandably without any context, sees this and they're like, enough of these white men keeping women and diversity down in tech and blah blah blah, and you know, this is all we need, another one of these, you know. And the funny thing is, Dan has been one of the biggest supporters of diversity in tech that I've ever known, in terms of making sure that the little, you know, that minorities or people who don't get the opportunity to work in it have the ability to make sure that, you know, people working on roles that are maybe considered typically female get the right type of compensation, you know. He's been very vocal about this stuff. You know, he's you know, kind of an activist at heart, and he cares. Unfortunately, Dan's also gone through a lot, and people have seen some of this, the last few months, but it started even much earlier than that. Right. Mental illness is something that is very difficult to work through. I mean, the problem is, especially over time, the whole frame of reference shifts. It's not as simple as, like, you know, people picture when there's like a breakdown or something. These things can take weeks, they can take months, and they can build on each other where judgment is impaired not because of any single event, but because over time the foundation is no longer something that makes sense anymore. And I saw this, and I saw a lot of the responses and the cancellation stuff on Dan, and I mean, it's not like there haven't been victims here. It's just tricky when we are looking at this from, like, a perspective of a social platform and social platforms, and so much sway goes into, like, how things are positioned or perception of people who really have no clue what goes on. And on one hand, you could say that's our own fault for not sharing stuff, but then, like, watching the whole thing feed into each other itself over time has made me realize that we made the right decision at every point, or the best, I can't even say right, the best that we could in handling the situation, because there's just no good amplification of what went on. What I saw was someone who deeply cared, a champion for people, over time become what he hated the most, right? Because somehow in his head he saw this as a way of protecting people, that like he could get his hands dirty, that he could be the bad guy if it meant that justice or rightness was served. Things became so black and white that any kind of semblance of understanding kind of went out the door. Because the truth of the matter is, this started way before anyone else was involved. Way before. This is something Dan's had to struggle with for years. I don't know when it started. I first became aware of this over a year ago. And Dan was having some trouble, kind of with his role in the project, in the community, because he took it on himself to make the change he wanted to make, and it was too much. And he took some time away for himself last year to do that. And he came back energized, and he came back refreshed to everyone's knowledge. And I was very happy to see that happen. We all have hard times, and we all have stuff to work through at various times, and it's more difficult sometimes for some people and situations than it is for others. But I realize now in hindsight that stuff was still ongoing, and the truth matters that it would always be ongoing. Yeah, thanks for the comments, like a lot of the love in the comments here. Yeah, it's very tricky. The thing is, something that causes me a lot of cognitive dissonance is people calling him very manipulative, and even acting like him before his mania was all a big... Yeah, how should I put it? I mean, he was manipulative. That's the problem. But it's like, this happened over time, very gradually, the shift. I can trace, like this is why there's no beginning for me, because within about a month of joining back on the Solid team, Dan was getting back out into socials and getting out there, and he started on a phase that I'm going to call Hot Takes Dan or Spicy Dan, where he started kind of picking fights with people on social, especially Theo, just in hoping that Theo would dress him down and give him attention, so to speak, and that kind of behavior would get good results and help him grow his channel and his reputation, his brand, because he's like, look, Theo's a little bit on the, maybe more abrasive side. I can be abrasive too. That works for him. So in a sense, what he was looking at originally as something that was calculated to a certain degree kind of grew over time. Because at first, some people are like, hey, Dan, maybe not a good idea. Like you're taking it too far, get what you're doing, but maybe, from an angle perspective, maybe calm it down a bit. And he didn't. And most people didn't really think too much of it at the time. Like, how much of this was just him playing a role, or how much had he internalized it? I don't know, but I started seeing more and more red flags, and do concern, when stuff happened, like Astro team, they didn't really have a place for his role anymore. They offered him a different role, but it was one that didn't pay as much, or had different responsibilities, and so he didn't take it, and he was going to find his own way to fund his projects and start doing that. And everybody that I knew, in that community reached out to try to, offered, gave their contacts, helped them trying to find a job. We looked into lots of different sponsorship models and money, and he secured one himself with a eraser to do docs. And like, there's a lot of people just trying to help out someone having a hard time, so to speak. But you could tell things just weren't quite right. He had personal event that happened. There's a death to someone close to him. There's a whole bunch of little triggers and little things. But if you step back and go, I'm going to act rational, so to speak, you could see a perspective, maybe a reality at first, where everything kind of made sense until it stopped making sense. Right. No, I mean, maybe, but it was hard to tell. He was enthusiastic. He was good. I mean, this is one of those things, right? Like, sometimes you just need to get into your work. If you do something productive, it feels good. It gives you the right kind of emotional, feedback. I mean, what can you do? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Like, people were hurt where this ended up going. Damage was done to many parties. The unfortunate reality of it is most of the things that you hear people accuse Dan of were true. That did happen. And sadly, because of this morphing of reality that I'm talking about, most things that he accused others of, he was the one actually guilty of doing to people around him. It was almost like a flip projection, which sounds about the most worst way to put it, that basically everything wrong that he did and everything wrong that he accused others of, he all did. It sounds terrible, but that's kind of the closest to the truth that I'm going to get into without talking about everything, and I don't want to talk about everything. I want to focus on the problem of how these things are a long time thing and how we get here, because the truth of the matter is he took this stuff to social, because I mean, everyone always asks what happened with Solid, and honestly, I feel like I'm in a place I can talk about it now, but this was nobody's business a few months ago. There was a lot of concern because we were looking into fundraising and stuff. There was a lot of concern that, some people in the team, Dan, David, they went and tried to go to Netlify to see if we could get some more funds through them, to help, in the situation. There is a question of what we should do financially about my position at Netlify and all this kind of stuff, and a largely private conversation about myself, my work at Netlify, about funding the project, all that, got into a disagreement, and that's basically all that happened. But there's concern to me of spending too much time doing DevRel and doing different things. And it essentially got to a point where, I mean, the conversation probably should have cooled off. It was a bit of an argument, but it was more of like heated argument level of things. It wasn't like people are like, oh, share the screenshots, all that. There was nothing in the screenshots that anyone who had full context of the conversation would have thought anything was, problematic with. But with all of the stuff that was going on, and I was traveling and it was very late, I was like, Dan, let's just put a pin in this. Let's take a couple days. Lots going on. Like, but people miss on the context when they see screenshots is conversations that go weeks or days that lead up into this kind of situation. And it's like all we wanted was just to kind of cool off and figure out how we can approach this stuff, you know, and how do we fund members of the community, how we can do this. And basically it wouldn't get dropped. And David, I mean, we put it out there. David said, look, Dan, if this is how it's going to be, because like Dan had started posting stuff publicly, kind of bashing Netlify a little bit and talking about like different things that weren't really good look for us. He's like, I'm going to recommend that, you know, you temporarily get kind of like, you know, kind of on hold from representing the project. And that's when Dan went on Twitter that first time and kind of laid it in on us a bit. After I basically said, like, let's just cool off. I went to sleep. Hadn't slept, and then I woke up to that. And that's really like everything that happened afterwards just really accelerated from there, from, you know, looking into a whole bunch of different claims and a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, the unfortunate part of this story is that it started from a lot of people who just wanted to help and, you know, and just be like, hey, what's up, you know. And every single person who tried to offer aid ended up becoming the enemy. Theo actually only really got dragged in because at a certain point, yes, the solid docs repos were deleted and the training videos were removed. And, you know, people, you know, wanting to protect other people are like, hey, you know, don't let this guy just kind of like run amok here. He's causing real damage. And then, he, you know, obviously Theo got pointed out for like attacking people with mental disability and, or not disability, mental illness. And sure enough, then he had to kind of come back and he's like, okay, well, you know, let's sort this out then, you know. But the problem is, like, there was a time period where Dan gave his account to Theo, for example, because maybe it was for clout, but also because there was some level of trust there. But basically every person, and this is what happens with this illness, every person who was trying to help ends up becoming, you know, an enemy, so to speak. A shadow. Like, and it's just hard because like you have no clue how many times we had conversations even after the original thing of just like, no, going on social, going public isn't what makes sense here. Like, this is not how you solve problems, because it brings attention to things like for everyone. But again, this is part of a crusade, right? It was part of like doing what's right and fighting the evil wrongdoers, right? And it's like, I was like, no, like, you just don't. I'm like, this is not going to help you in the long run. This is why we didn't talk about this, because like I didn't go public or say any of this stuff. Like, even when egged on, like when after he deleted the videos, he went on Twitter and kind of was like, hey, you know, kind of was like, anyone looking for solid content, you know, I've got some videos you might want. Like, he was trying to hurt us. And I understand that's not him, but that was kind of the thing. Like, he was provocative. He mentioned he would poke Theo about one of someone who passed away in his past. You know, is this what Lily would want? You know, like he was trying to anger people, to pull reaction out of it. I guess the biggest thing is he didn't want to be ignored. And unfortunately, when it fell into stuff like social media, we got into this zone where we had a bunch of like Me Too reply people who literally, you could tell they had no clue what they were talking about. Like I'd post like, oh, clearly the solid docs are still up. You didn't delete them. It's like, yeah, thank you, smart guy. Like, that was probably the most frustrating thing. And that's the problem with putting this stuff in the public space. On one side, you can go like, okay, then everyone's voice is heard. But the truth of the matter is there's so much noise from the peanut gallery that have no clue, even remotely, what's going on, and just fed into it. People would join his spaces and be completely quiet, or his streams, and just sit there just to see what he would do. He'd put on he'd get in a space and say a bunch of stuff, and then be like, hey, I want to invite people on the talk. He thought these people were his friends, and no one would step up. They would literally just sit there silently to see what he'd do next. It's so tricky because people reached out to the family, tried what they could, but that was attacking his family. Like it just kept him propelling into this thing. And I hope things had gotten kind of quieter again, and I was hoping that it was over and we could build. But the thing is, he did hurt a lot of people. Alexis has a real concern. He, like, stuff. There were threats made and stuff, but I can understand why some of the people who were hurt don't want to give him a second chance. It's just very, very difficult when you put in the timeline of the mental illness to separate Dan from it. And that's what makes this so hard, because he's still out there right now doing this. I believe he's been hospitalized a couple of times, this is not something that just happens in a day or freak out. This is something you struggle with for years. And it's very hard, right? Because on one side, I was really happy that his platform sort of got shrunk down so that he wasn't going to get the wrong kind of feedback. Because a lot of times, especially when we talk to close family friends, they're just like, we're told, don't engage, let him kind of just express his feelings in his way. Don't be too critical, understand he's like, this is where he's at, and then, just be there for him when he needs you. Which is hard, but that's what you got to do. But the problem is, it only got amplified by the platforms and the way that, social and everything work. And that's why when I saw this, everyone had their story to tell, and I was just like, there's a lot of people. You can. Yeah, this is true. This screenshot is very tame. This is why this message is a thing. It's tricky because I don't. The only way this works is if we can treat things as human, which is almost impossible to do on these online platforms. Because while this is true, it's also like, how do you move forward from this? This is and what made me talk today was I just saw so much stuff here, and it's good. Some people it's all true. This is the unfortunate part. I but I don't see the way things are going right now as a path where this actually gets resolved. Awareness is necessary, but it also like, can you picture how isolating this is? I don't know. When I started this, I don't know what I wanted to say, but I knew that I wanted to say something. I wasn't gonna get on Twitter because I feel like it's not. There's no human aspect on Twitter. I mean, it helps now that everyone has like Twitter Blue and they can write long posts, but sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. It's been like 12 minutes. Yeah. I just watching watching this whole cycle on social media has been really, really hard. I think this was the right time for people to speak up, I guess. It was hard while it was going on. No one wanted to talk about it because you didn't want to amplify it more. But I mean, we're amplified now. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Everybody thought they could help, but it's funny because, like, it's not funny, but it's like there was little hints. You think that there was points in time where it could have decelerated, but just kept on ramping up and up. And in a sense, it's almost like he wanted it to. The truth of the matter is, as I said, it's in one way, it started way before anyone realized. Another way, it's still not over. I haven't been following as closely because at some point Dan blocked me. I haven't blocked him, but he blocked me. I think there was, yeah, and so I'm not as prized to this stuff anymore. Honestly, it doesn't really matter what the specifics are. I know what it is. It's all the same stuff. I'm just been scratching my head on how there can be some sort of more positive outcome from this, because there's the things you can control, the things you feel like you can do in these situations, but so much of it you feel powerless to do anything about. The trickiest part is the people who've been hurt. Like, they've been hurt or traumatized. Like they get certain, like, I know on Discord I could call them and post things almost like Dan's support groups, or people who had run-ins with him where they were seriously concerned about violent behavior or whatnot, almost, talking with each other to help almost cope with the situation. I know that seems crazy in a certain sense, but it's not that crazy. I mean, it's just a lot of people were affected by this. It's tricky though, because at the beginning I was kind of involved in some of those places because, like, obviously, stuff had happened to myself in the project, and trying to figure out like how to position stuff. But over time, it's just like there's like too much trauma all around. I had to kind of separate myself from it because like a lot of that hurt doesn't just go away, but it's hard to direct it completely at the person who's not completely in control of their mental faculties. Yeah, I mean, if you saw the last couple days, there's a thing where he faked his girlfriend and he committed suicide or something. That was not true. He's under family care and getting treatment. But as I said, this has happened before. This is not just, oh, treatment, then you're better. Nothing we can do from the internet. That's probably fair. Yeah, Dan makes great content. I'm glad some people are talking here in chat. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to put this out there because it's a hard balance. I mean, at a certain point, like, I get why this was posted and I get why everyone retweeted to it, but ultimately what ends up happening with this, 1,600 likes. Anyway, does anyone want me to in a tech leadership position, right? Like, yeah, take advantage of this situation. I understand. I mean, it's out there now. It just... All right. I don't know if there's much more I can say about that. To be fair, as I said, I didn't want to get too much into the weeds on the details, but everyone's going to have an opinion on this, an opinion on that, and hot takes, and it's so much more tricky than that. Yeah, for sure. I'm hoping... What am I hoping out of this? I'm hoping that... Obviously, we're all hoping that Dan gets the help that he needs, but realistically, this is just not a simple thing. It's something that will be ongoing. And I hope that anyone who sees this and has that temptation to just like feed into it a little bit just doesn't. I never really understood this before. I remember sometimes seeing tweets where people were being terrible to women or all this stuff where like and then they post it publicly, the screenshot on Twitter and all this, and you'd be like, why the hell would you do that and get all injustice, and everyone kind of goes on cycles. And someone pointed out to me, like, Ryan, it's not worth it. They said that the guy probably has some kind of mental thing, and I didn't really think about it much at the time, but when I'm thinking back about it now, it's like, it's probably right. I mean, in some ways, behavior is not acceptable, but there's a whole other type of amplification that happens on social media. And I'm glad we kept away from it for the most part. Because in hindsight, I realized that different decisions from certain people would have made things much worse. Would have that got help sooner? Who knows? But it also would have been way, way worse. It's just unfortunate to me we weren't able to handle this in a way that didn't basically ruin Dan's reputation and career and everything in the process. Yeah, I didn't think this through. This is not how you end a stream, right? You end a stream on good stuff, not on heavy stuff. But now we're not going there again. But I mean, this is something, you know, that has kind of haunted me for several months now, even longer before everything went down back in May. And it's something that, you know, when you have a community of people, it's something you can't ever get too far away from. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, because of all the solid stuff and this, I got very distracted this week, you can understand. So I don't know what else was new this week, unfortunately. Every tweet I saw in my mentions, every thing was like, did you see this tweet about Dan? And I was like, that was what Twitter did. It was like, discover more. And it's just like, Prisma 5.0. Okay, that's worth looking at. Let's talk Prisma 5.0. Where can I find out about Prisma 5.0? Let's search. Prisma. 1,000 members on Discord? That doesn't seem like very many. I guess for DevTools, maybe it is. What is new in Prisma 5.0? I'm interested because I thought everyone was on Prisma, and then I thought everyone was like, no, Prisma's too slow. Kills your cold starts. Don't use Prisma. So okay, here we go. Prisma 5 is released. Preview features include generally JSON protocol making Prisma faster by default. Okay, that's going to get fans. Field references. Okay, let's take a look. All right, we're release date, pre-compiled changes improve performance of serverless environments. There we go. So they're addressing the cold start problem. Okay. This is actually probably what I'm most interested in. I'm like, what's the scale of this? They just deleted the whole freaking graph. It's like 2.5 seconds or 2.7 seconds down to I don't know, 60 milliseconds. Okay. That 2/3 bundle cut is significant. Okay, yeah. This looks like it could be a game changer. Obviously, we have to try against real metrics, but this is what we were looking for from them. So, yeah. Sorry, Jason, what's the deal with this? Oh. Oh, so the communication protocol was like literally just straight up slow. Okay. Okay. How does anyone get anything done? That's a great question. I mean, it was real. Like, multi-second cold start times is not good in a serverless environment. It's so funny watching the providers like work their way down, like getting into like hundreds of milliseconds, and it's just like, oh no, now Prisma's going to take 4.5 seconds to start up. You're just like, why do I even try? That's worse than where we started at. Would Million.js, Wasm and lazy loading? Probably not today. I mean, lazy loading is nice, but Wasm, well, you can watch my stream with Greg and we can talk about Wasm. Yeah, so GraphQL, yeah, it was like GraphQL type format before. That's interesting. So they had like these custom strings probably. Anyway, okay, I'm buying it, and this could be big deal. Biggest problem I have when I do JavaScript framework stuff is like literally everybody wants to support Prisma, and Prisma's always like freaking broken. Like the platforms have to do something special because they need to get the native stuff into the bundle. So it's always like, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to write adapters. I'm blaming Prisma, but it's like there's a few others like that. Dependency version. This is interesting to see stuff like this, like changing minimum node 16. I'm loving new tools this way. Node 16 was a big change in terms of protocol, in terms of like moving towards like the web APIs, and especially the latter half, which is why this is after 13. Node 18 in the next couple versions of Node, if we could just like bring the floor up to it, so much stuff just goes away from us worrying about. Like it's kind of like we're getting to a point where like we can finally shed the legacy crap. If we get there, I think it's easier these days to move between like a Node 14 and a 16 and an 18, so to speak. I remember back in the day it was like really broken if you moved between Node 0.4 and 0.6. Yeah, I don't know too much about the other stuff here to really comment on it. I just heard endless things about how bad the performance was. And I mean, fairly, because some people that we know, maybe popular influencer types, were really pushing Prisma, maybe in their starter templates. And someone had to be like, how can you possibly say this is a good idea given how bad the performance was? Like, it was just insane. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, we're so close. Node 18, getting the crypto APIs, like, I already moved start to 16 minimum when I went to the Astro branch, but I think I almost want to move to the 18 minimum. Person is almost per time. We just need to wait extra so you don't have to rewrite the video structure and each API input. Okay, that's cool. On a side note, I know because of what I've been helping with the project, there's a new Zod-like project coming out pretty soon that is tree shakeable, super small. You actually won't have to pay the cost from the client. This excites me an incredible amount. Zod's never made the investment to make that move, which makes this new library, I think, going to be really compelling to everyone in our space. I might be able to talk about it a bit next week after the release goes out, but very excited for this. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, this is what everyone wanted to happen, and it's what happened. So I'm pretty stoked about this. I think this is exciting. As for my stream next week, I don't know how exciting it will be for all of you guys, but I'm pretty excited personally because I'm going to have Brandon Roberts on, and we're going to talk about analog. And you're like, oh, well, what's analog? Isn't it that Angular framework built on Vite and Nitro? Well, I have a very, I've been trying to coerce Brandon over to the Astro side for a little bit, and but he's like, I like what I got here, so he's going to show us what you can do with Angular these days. He's going to show us what you can do with Nitro to a certain degree, which, if for those who aren't familiar, Nitro is the base of Nuxt, but it's also the base of analog here. It's a, kind of like a framework agnostic adapter level. So yeah, yes, exactly what I wanted to get from Astro, but it's built with that purpose. So I want to check it out. I want to see what this is about, because I said I was trying to convince him to come our way, but I think he's gonna show us what the other direction looks like. So I'm very excited about that. Even if I don't really know how to code in Angular, Minko. As much as I tried, that the Angular lesson was great, but I think I have a long way to go before I'm a fully fledged Angular GDE, so to speak. But yeah, I think Angular is really interesting, because attacking the meta framework for Angular is something people haven't really done, right? So it's interesting. Like, I always find this, like, it's kind of like when I started kind of making just like a framework with signals with Solid. Like, everything was built for React. How do you work around that kind of scenario? Coming from that outside perspective, it gives a different appreciation for what's needed. And I think maybe there's, some similarities to Angular and Vue that maybe the Nuxt guys know what they're doing, so to speak, originally when they started rolling out Nitro. But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. And I think that's going to be definitely interesting. People, Blazor is blazingly fast. Yeah, it's gonna be a while until we talk about Blazor. I'm sorry. I don't really have much to say about Quick. We've covered. I think I mentioned the Quick 1.0 release. Did I mention it on my previous stream? Yeah, I mentioned it, not on my previous, the one before, and I wore the Quick 1.0 shirt last week. But I don't think there's. They've been doing a lot of really cool research recently into developer experience type stuff, in the way like interacting with the browser interacts with the IDE, which I think is really cool. But I don't have a ton more to talk about Quick right now. I am a Nitro fanboy. Yeah, I would love to hear more about that. I was actually very tempted to go grab Daniel Rowe and pull him on again to talk about Nitro. He did a great talk at Agent Conf not that long ago about it. So we might still do that. That being said, my understanding is he's actually like the core Nuxt dev, not actually Nitro. Nitro and Node.js is actually under a different organization, and the lead dev on that is a different fellow. So although I get the feeling that Daniel is still kind of the public face of these things. Angular's been doing a lot of really cool stuff recently. I got to give them some cred there. It's been really awesome to see, modernizing the framework. Where that goes in the future, I guess we're gonna have to see. But like, it's. I mean, they got Google behind them and stuff, so they can accomplish a lot. And the team there is amazing. Honestly, it was definitely one of the things. At one point, I had actually considered joining Google and working on the Angular team just over maybe like a year and a half ago, but I ended up having an opportunity to work on Solid, so there's no way I was going to go off. But I mean, I love those guys. They're awesome. Yeah, no, he's been working on it a while, and I probably came to him too late. I was like trying to be like, join the dark side. We can get everyone on Astro and the super framework thing, but maybe I'm just trying to force my agendas a little bit too hard. I think I'm really interested to see how he's put analog together with Nitro. What quick one impossible starting a project when you aim to use Solid. Original thought that Solid was be as a full spot, but deal with SolidStart is it's funny. The APIs have been stable for in a sense for like 9 months because I haven't changed them, but I know that they're going to change a little bit. That's just the where we're at. So I know that we're going to make some changes, so I can't say that we won't. Even though it's part of the reason I haven't made the changes is because I want I want the technology migration, like the adapter migration, to happen without any code changes, like a TikTok, and then I want to do the code changes from what we've learned here. So, if you make a SPA with Vite, you 100% can't go wrong. Solid is, if that's what you're looking for, a single page app, Solid is one of the best ways to make single page apps today. Like, there's like people know that. SolidStart, people have made large production apps on it. I'm not going to guarantee complete stability here at this point because I already know. I even hinted 2 months into beta the stuff that we'd likely be shifting around a bit. I mean, conceptually high level, not necessarily big changes, but there will be like some renames and moving some imports around and stuff. And I think the way we approach server functions, I want to address it a little bit differently. I honestly with Blazor, I just haven't really. I mean, it's funny. I love Steve Sanderson's work, but like, you know what it is. I'm a benchmark guy, and I like when like a new technology is being proven that it gets proven first from a performance standpoint, and then we decide whether we want to do it. I like going, okay, make the prototype and go, is this viable? And then, if it is, that's good. If it's not, throw it away. DX doesn't matter. As like if it's not going to be viable, you can always say you can work towards that. And what got me for Blazor is I can give some funny antidotes, but sorry, JavaScript framework benchmark. I give some funny anecdotes like about like this one time I did a performance test and Blazor got 100% because Chrome was fooled and thought the page had loaded and it hadn't loaded anything yet. It was so slow. But sorry, not this one. But for me, it was very difficult to take much look at Blazor when it's basically the slowest framework that has ever been created in the last 20 years in this benchmark. Like, it's just, I just can't take it seriously. Like, at no time, I mean, to be fair, Alpine's pretty poor here, but it, like, I guess Chew is this, I guess, but, like, there's, oh, actually, this is a new one, Blazor ahead of time, so that got a little bit further. I guess React Starbeam, that new Ember reactivity library in React is the slowest thing ever, but it's more of like, if you're pioneering a new way to do stuff, a new technology, just like vet that it's actually fast, like the or at least like worth going into. Someone could do something on their week. Like what I'm getting at is like so, okay, Knockout.js thing hasn't been changed in freaking 8 years or something. It's basically the same performance it's been for like 15 years. It's still here. So over time things get more performant. But not Blazor. Blazor is just slower than literally everything. Like I don't know. This is it's just difficult for me to say much on. It's like it's funny too because it's called Blazor. Like it's almost like memeable. It's like let's create the slowest framework ever and then call it like it blazingly fast. Sorry, it's just it's just not. It's not where I'm at. I know I'm going to get like some crap about that. It's just like... Yeah, Daniel Rowe was a great guest, and that's why I'd love to have him back up. We'll see what he can do. Maybe in August sometime. Telling people they aren't changing. I mean, changing a little bit. He doesn't like perform. Yeah, I get. Shipping for. I see. We even got the rest people. Shipping 4.6 meg for WASM. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like, let's make it to do MVC in 5 meg. Like, it's just. I like. There's just. It's hard to picture a practical use case here unless I just, yeah, it's hard. Yes, it should be possible. I don't see why not, right? Because it's just a proxy, and then as long as you have a way of triggering, see the problem with React, you have to figure out a way of triggering React to render. We have something called React Solid State, but that's more of like authoring React the way you'd author Solid. So to do what you want, what you'd actually have to do is make a hook that's subscribed to part of the store. It wouldn't be very optimal on the React side, unfortunately, now that I think about it. Unless like you wrote your React the way we write Solid. Like the way, like when you use MobX with React, you write React a certain way that's not very React-like. That kind of thing. Oh, wow. We even got better. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever made a site that had 9 megabytes of JavaScript. Like what it was in it. But like we even code split it. I don't think you can code split this, which is the problem. Like you can't like say like lazy load part of it. Like I remember trying to load something quite heavy in the browser that was like multi megabytes. Maybe it was the AWS SDK. It's pretty bad too. Yeah, there is no. Yeah. But yeah, there is no limit. A lot of fire. I had a lot of usage from the .NET. Well, I mean, because it does a lot of cool stuff. What's cool about Blazor, and I saw some stuff that was advertised, and I was like, well, maybe I will check this out. Is that they do like the live view thing, and like almost something that's server component ish, all baked into the same thing, and they use heuristics to actually figure out the best scenario. So you can put in automatic mode, and it actually like does a combination of HTML partials and like live view type WebSocket updates and all this. Like in theory, if I was like an armchair architect type that you find in a large company, who same kind of guys who probably like Java, you know, and have been at it 20 years, you look at Blazor and you're like, it checks all the boxes. Like it literally does this, all these scenarios, you can do this. And you miss the fact that like your website will never load. Like, so it's like if you, yeah, I there's probably an environment where you have like people using some kind of internal web-based thing, and it's like really powerful, and then you're like intranet kind of enterprise kind of web apps, and then you could build this kind of thing, and then kind of be okay with it. But it's like your bar standard of like what's acceptable would have to be like 1990s Windows. Like if that to you is like the pinnacle of user experience, then like maybe this is okay. Like it's hard to say. It's like Steve is really smart guy, and I know the stuff they're doing makes sense. It's just like the part of this probably hurdles is the technology that they have to use, you know, like with the .NET and all that. It's just like, and like they're incentivized because of Microsoft and stuff, but it's just like I just don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because if you watch, Steve Sanderson did like the best overview of the history of the web that I've ever seen. I posted it like a year ago. Do find that talk. Do watch that talk again. It's so good. I feel like I almost want to look for it right now because it's like literally the best. Let's try it. Steve Sanderson history of web. There's JavaScript. Let's just try web. Keynote. Why web tech is like this. Is your underperform? Okay. We're just going to copy this into chat because literally this is such... he even gives examples that like make sense today, but in the perspective of it. Like, sorry, just a second. I want to... So simple. Like, I can't recommend this talk enough to people. Yeah, I think this is the one, right? 9 months ago? I thumbs it up, so this has to be it. He literally goes to the thing. And the funny thing is, he's got so much history of the web that he only gets to modern JavaScript frameworks like 45 minutes in. He, like, yeah. He took this from Sarah Drasner. Right? He somehow manages to basically get up to Node and then SPA frameworks in 2010, and then he literally just like skips over like React like it doesn't exist and starts talking about WebAssembly. But one cool thing he does do is he actually does a SvelteKit demo, which, I mean, I was, you know, as a huge Steve Sanderson fan, I'm maybe a little jealous because like, I was like, Rich Harris must like, I mean, Steve like and Knockout were so big for reactivity. Rich must have got a kick out of it, and he definitely did. But check this out. This was one of the coolest shoutouts. Meta frameworks like Next, SvelteKit, Astro, and SolidStart. A year ago. So yeah, this talk is great. I'm sorry if I sound like I was saying bad stuff. I know, like, what they're accomplishing from an engineering standpoint is incredible. And they have a use case for it, I guess. But like, my bar on performance makes it very, very hard to look at Blazor seriously right now. But it's like, I want to look at it to understand what they're doing and see if I can like steal stuff from it in a sense, because like there's good ideas there. It's just like the implementation is kind of like beyond a threshold that I can ever consider acceptable. Maybe that's how you... but no, I mean, him or someone who helped him with the slide is on it. Like, you don't mention SvelteKit and SolidStart if you're not like paying attention, because we're like little guys, even Astro. I love that there's no like these are the meta frameworks you choose. Anyways. But yeah, he does a really cool SvelteKit demo. But yeah. But it's funny, guys. Yeah, he basically gets up to Knockout and then skips straight to WebAssembly. He's like, yeah, SPA framework's like Knockout. And then it's like, bam, Blazor. You know, anyway. I think he's, even though acknowledging even with this kind of stuff, though, like when he gets to the future part, you can tell that he's like, we're doing a lot of the right stuff here, but like, it's almost like they're attacking it from the other side, and maybe there's a place where we can meet in the middle. Anyway, this talk is amazing. If you have not watched it, watch it. Anyway, how are we doing here? We've lost some of the viewers. It's all good. I don't think people are used to these 5-hour streams anymore. Anything else cool happened in JavaScript this week? Yeah, I'm trying to think of some guests that I thought for the future that would be really cool to have. Obviously, Brandon Roberts is very cool to have. Having Daniel Rowe come back would be pretty cool. I kind of want to chat with Dominic Ganaway, but I'm worried that like now's the wrong time. Like I should have got him when he was working on Octane and just got him to like just give us a deep dive on that, because now he's working on Svelte 5 and it's probably all like hush hush top secret. I'll still reach out to him. I love his work. As I mentioned at the beginning, he was kind of the one who tipped me off to the potential of a block DOM like 5 years ago, and he's always on the cutting edge of stuff. So he would be a great guest to have on the show. What do we got here? I've been reading. The problem is they didn't. There was basically two divergent paths. The only thing that I thought was interesting, sorry to answer your question here, is that Astro's format is in a world where you really want to separate client from server. You could, but even then, I'd want control over what the server did. So I was just hypothetically saying, okay, like even on Astro, we wouldn't use Astro for that. So it just, and I think the Astro folks looked at that right up and they kind of took their own thing. And I think they're very much focused on the MPA view transition APIs. I saw some tweets that suggest as much, and there's value to preserving state, but I don't think it's something that they generally care about. So I think that's the direction that they're going mostly. They might like have client-side routing, kind of a more coarser version of what we were doing with the Islands router, but I feel like that's not really where their focus is. The Astro thing, honestly, is I basically want it for the same reason I want Nitro. I'd want Nitro. It's like just I want an adapter level layer that is supported by frameworks that deploy, so that we can work together and not all remake the same thing over and over again. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'm hoping SolidStart makes a good impression on people soon. They don't always have to be 5 hours, says my wife. She's right. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like set up to learn about Blazor. I feel like I need to like get Visual Studio or something. I don't know. Maybe like he could just demo it on his computer. It's it's hard. If the stuff's too far from what I'm working in or working doing, it's harder for me to get set up like to kind of relate to it. Even like there's a reason I chose to do live view JS rather than actual Phoenix live view. It's just more. It feels like more attainable for us. Yeah, that's true. 28th will be a shorter stream, and then actually I am taking the fourth. Is it the fourth off? Netlify does a holiday every first Friday of August every year, so I won't have a stream the week after that. Yeah, the time difference of the Lexus is freaking insane. This is one of the hardest parts that we've always had. He it's midnight his time at 9 a.m. my time, and then it's it's 9 a.m. his time at 6 p.m. my time, which is, if anyone knows, it's like the worst time for me because that's like family time, like dinner time. So yeah. That being said, Alexis is kind of a private person, even though like he goes on social and he does amazing work on so many libraries. He's not really the type of person to come on a stream. Oh, I said earlier, but the Dioxys React, like with Block DOM and Rust, team has gotten funding to work full time. Kind of breakthrough in Rust web space. Interesting. That's interesting. Who's funding it? Because I don't have a leg in this race, but I kind of like the idea of reactivity instead of VDOM. Um, but you know, still good to see potential here of Rust frameworks. Yeah, this is very actually interesting when I think about it, because like there's still that hurdle, and it's a hurdle because if you think about it, JavaScript frameworks are doing everything in their power to improve that loading time and reduce overhead, and that's like Rust frameworks are basically hopeless in that fact. So you need a really compelling update story and a reason to use Rust Yeah, this is actually probably pretty big news. Yeah, because I was not expecting this, to be fair. Get THH and talk about TypeScript. Now I know people are just trolling. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know more about this, but yeah, there's always potential of that. I tried to keep the API almost identical, so I've had good luck on it, but there are some things that don't work. I'm sure we'll get to that at some point. Yeah, yeah, there was some good Million content, and then we talked about some heavy stuff today. I'm having a... Oh, congratulations. You're right. I've been having problems with next after RC. It seems like a lot of people are. It's a tricky problem to solve, to be fair. Like, this whole space is still being explored. So it's very brave of Next of releasing it as production ready where we are at right now. But I guess they feel confident, and it's good because more eyes are on this. We get to see more progress in a shorter period of time. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think, I don't know if Evan would come on, but that's interesting. I'm definitely interested to see where he goes with View Vapor. Okay, yeah, Greg's answer. GitHub funding, mix of other grants and things. I have a day job. Is Block DOM rendered in a worker WASM or just more granular bindings than VDOM? In general, like Millions, it's just about extracting the static parts of the VDOM. But I'm sure Dioxys or whatever is doing some pretty fun WASM stuff. But Block DOM is literally just like combining a virtual DOM and that kind of like template cloning trick. It's not actually that different than some of the like DOM C or one more type stuff that we were seeing in the JS framework benchmark a couple years ago. Always trolling me on Marko. Well, I don't know if anyone noticed what shirt I'm wearing today. I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about it today. I've been really on this trip that like, what if Marko was always right? I started it last week when I was sitting there with that diagram in Excalibur, you know, but like, it's not just that. There's just like, Marko 6 is also the only approach that I know of that tries to hide the serialization boundaries from you at a granular level. And I started getting like really far down that thought thinking process this week because I was like, well, solid components run once. So anything that's not in a reactive primitive, what the hell is it doing there? Like could you do something similar to what Dominic Ganaway did with his forget like compiler where you just say like in component bodies you're only allowed const, you can't reassign a value. Like would it be possible to not try and be as aggressive as quick and pull out all the $ type stuff? Like forget that. But do deconstruct the component. Just don't worry about the serialization boundary because you're not literally shipping these in separate pieces. Like, could you do that? And use the reactor graph to figure that out. Which of course is what Marko 6 is all about. But it's just like, I start thinking like, I mean, if we go to a world where all our stuff is lazy because we have this reactive system where we can like, in 2.0 where we're like completely lazy, like you could kind of just do all the work. Like it's not hydration, but you could just kind of pull stuff. Like you don't actually have to serialize that many different things. If you can go, I'm still only going to serialize the async stuff, right? And then you could be like, if I hit this at a certain point and it's not there, well, I'll just recalculate it and just pull through the whole system, right? Like, could you just do that and then not need the $ and still have completely resumable, fine-grained stuff? Of course, then I ran into context, but then I was like, I have no clue how Quick does context anyways. So, you know, I don't know. It's just one of those thought experiments. But it occurred to me that like, if you remove, I mean, this occurred to me a while ago, but if you remove that constraint of having to break everything to different bundles, can you actually loosen the resumability constraints to a certain point? Like let's say you don't care about the code loading. Could you just use the laziness of pull-based reactivity to basically be resumable. That's my premise and thought. How about Ryan Florence as a guest? Oh man, I'd have to have a reason to go back to Remix, but I mean, I saw some cool stuff. I was looking at docs this week, and I was in Remix for some reason, and I saw they had like a preparing for V2, and there's some really smart decisions where that I'm getting, like the way that they're changing the way the meta tags work and the way they're looking at the file-based routing and stuff, and I'm like, all these decisions make a ton of sense. I didn't want to go to some of Remix's V1 approaches because it didn't quite sit right, and it looks like they're solving them here, and I actually never really bothered to spend the time to try and solve it. So this is actually really interesting. Like, they're getting rid of catch boundary, they're going back to just error boundary, and like that makes a lot of sense. And just like, yeah, there's just I think there's some stuff that we can maybe learn from Remix here. Other cool thing, docs diving that I noticed this week. Next, I was looking at the Next.js docs for some reason because I was looking for React cache, right? And where is it? It's not here. I want the... Is this app router? Yeah, okay. And I was looking at the cache session, and okay. People probably somewhat familiar with the React cache. The whole idea is like it dedupes during a single request. You just wrap something with cache, and then when you call it in your component, when you use an async component in React, and you just await it or whatever, then if you do it in like two components, with the same arguments, you get the same thing back. It's a memo, it's a memo function, no big deal. But one of the things that I thought was really interesting here is because people know that I have gripes with this a little bit, mostly that I don't think you can get rid of data loaders, right? This cache approach doesn't stop waterfalls. But there's a way to stop waterfalls. Preload pattern, right? And if you use the cache for preloading, then they just show an example where they export the same function just as a preload function, and then somewhere higher up in the tree, so like you could take the Remix pattern and just, instead of having a loader, have preloader, and you just call the functions there and call them where you use them, precede the cache. And you might be like, why the hell would you do that? Why would you fetch an extra time when you don't need to? I know you're not actually fetching because it's in the cache, but why would you bother forcing the user to write it in a separate place? Well, the answer is, the whole reason this whole thing exists is because they can't have context on the server. So because you can't have hook-like APIs in server components. So when you realize that and you go, okay, well, the 90% case of passing stuff around on the server is just data fetching anyways, using a cache makes a lot of sense, and now you don't need to use context on the server. But in order to prevent waterfalls, you have to do it higher up in the tree. So that's the actual answer. And it's really cool that the next docs actually point this out, that you could always just call a preload thing. I think the reason that this matters is like Next doesn't really care about waterfalls on the server, whereas I think it's actually important if you want a universal API that worked on the client as well, that you'd have to handle in both places. But technically there is a pattern that works in both places, which is the loader pattern, but technically because you can't use context to pass it back into the components, you don't want to prop drill to death, the pattern is maybe the preloader pattern. Anyways, just random thoughts. I actually started another HackMD document on that, talking about, there's what if Marko was right, which got derailed by Cache API, which is like, what if you lived in a world where data fetching was exactly the same on the client and the server, whether it was normal SSR, server components, or client components? What if you just remove data fetching out of the reactive primitive zone to the end user? And yeah, I'm not ready to share this really yet, but I was thinking of like if the cache API and preload routes could actually accomplish this. Just one of those kind of crazy thoughts. Anyway. Yeah. So maybe I'm talking about Marko Light. I know you're talking about something else, but yeah. People's doubling up the suggestion that I bring Dominic on. Careful what you say. Learn from remix is dangerous. Whatever. Oh man, if you're working open source and you're worried about people you coming up with very similar ideas and crediting you for being inspired by you, you're in trouble. You know. I haven't seen the DOM parts proposal. I know that Evan talked about it in his Vue Vapor talk. I didn't actually look it up. I paid attention to the template parts proposal, which I absolutely was horrified about, because it was basically bringing lit into the browser. I saw a very quick look at DOM parts, and I just didn't quite follow what was going. It looked like stage 0. It looked like you built like something that looked like a DOM, and then you just indicated where your insert points were. I guess that's cool if it can be made performantly, because then maybe we could skip doing the walks. But I'm not familiar with it. If you can use this to skip doing the walks, it's very compelling. But part of the thing I want to do is not ship the template in partial hydration scenarios, but still walk. So I don't know if that actually works. Anyways, I need to look at it more. Biggest tricky part about these proposals is that means they're like 2 years from showing up in Chrome, and then another like 4 years from showing up anywhere else. It's almost like I almost shouldn't pay attention to proposals until they're like implemented in Chrome. Yeah. To be fair, SvelteKit and Remix are like incredibly similar. But I think some of the specific stuff that Remix has been doing is more relevant for us. Just the more similarities of React like syntax APIs. People are just talking about a bunch of other random proposals. You guys talk the pipe proposal. Are you talking about like the functional programming pipe, so you can like do a reduce write or whatever, but just by doing like arrows, like a pipe and then an arrow, like natively in the browser. Yeah, I mean this. Yeah, it's hard. Standards take time. I've been getting asked a lot more recently about like what standards I'd like to see, and I participate in those because like one day they could make a big difference. It's just so tricky because you know it's going to be a 5-year cycle if you're lucky. I think async local storage, like it might, or what's called async context. Async context. What stage is this at? Can I find it? Maybe use one word. Maybe if I add async local storage as well. I'm most excited about that RFC moving forward, but I think it was stage 1 last time I checked. On the positive, I think that things outside the browser are going to push that forward because they need it so desperately that you'll see stuff like Dino and Node and stuff supported even before it's stage 4s. Yeah. Is that much better than an arrow function? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's in the opposite order of arguments. Yeah. Stage 2? Yeah, I saw something about performance. I've been trying to avoid async local storage because of performance. It used to be 10 times slower, and it just make your whole server slower because once you turn it on, like everything's dead. You know, for that request, it's like bam. But I've heard it's only half as slow now. But it's interesting because it makes the APIs really nice, and obviously after he's using it, I'm gonna have to benchmark the hell out of this stuff. It's one of those things where it's like DX for just bottlenecking performance by 50% right off the top, but it might be worth it. Yeah, everyone expects something on reactivity. It's hard. We're still figuring out patterns here, and I'd like some primitives to make it easier to write reactive code, but that's maybe the best case scenario, and I don't know how those primitives would be performant. There we go. Thanks, Dave. All right. Let's see here. Like, isn't this just a nice context API? Like, stage 2, very nice. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's just like it even has shadowing the last time I checked. So like if you already have the same type, it finds the closest one of that type. Like it's just the context API, like as we know in React and Solid and whatnot, but like a little bit different. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Dino announced support for async Blazor. Basically, everyone supports it at this point, which is why it's a safe bet. It's just I'm worried about performance. Yeah, I mean, the API is clunky or whatever, but I don't think it really matters. Yeah, which built works over async. Yeah, I mean, Seb made a comment about maybe 2 months ago where he's like, what if all React context was just async context? Like, using the platform, so to speak. It's interesting. Okay, yeah. Didn't see slowdown yet. That I'm also worried about serverless platforms, but my gut is because of a desire to compete with Node, they'll be faster. Just like because like Next.js and like they will never let themselves, like Dino, Bon, whoever is never going to let themselves be slower at running Next.js than Node. Yeah. This is all over the new Next server component stuff. You think about server functions like server $sign or use server. This is the key to getting the request over async context. It's actually a pain in the ass. Otherwise, you have to pass it in as an argument, then you lose the transparency. It basically just doesn't work without this. I tried some funny stuff where I was hanging things off this and off server $sign. And it never worked in all cases. This doesn't work with arrow functions. Server $sign it didn't work when it was hoisted out, like because only the compiler could see it. Like this is the solution. Like we will be using it. It's just I've been just performance always something I'm concerned with. Yeah, React cache. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, part of what we're working on right now is pulling signals out of Solid Core, part of the reactivity system. I mean, you can already use it that way, but we're really thinking first principles here right now. A lot of the work with Milo and the work he's been doing with the team at Bubble is about, we'll see. I mean, there's always going to be competing reactivity implementations, but I think we're going to tell a pretty compelling story around the stuff for Solid 2.0. Too late, I ate it all. You guys talking pizza? All right. Cache is a mess. See, this is the part that I'm missing because like Cache seems like a good API. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I wonder if you could make it apply to server and client and like have some kind of universal thing. Cache seems like it would be pretty straightforward to use. I'm getting such mixed reports about RSCs. Some people saying that like the DX of using them is great. Other people, saying like stuff like this. And then, but the funny thing everyone agrees on is that they're dead slow in dev, and that they didn't. And the people who actually check that they didn't actually reduce their bundle size. So at least on the performance side, we know that they're not succeeding to a certain degree. But I don't care about that. I'm like, we can always make similar looking APIs more performant. But I'm still unclear if people actually like the patterns, and I'm getting the impression that they don't. Oh, the fetch cache. Some people equal Theo. No, Nikhil also is a very big supporter. He built an app for his uncle's company using Next and React Server components. But then he was like, man, dev is so freaking slow that he decided that he needs to make his own React framework as well. You know how he is. So, like, it just was too much. He's like, HMR was taking 10 seconds. He was just like, but otherwise he said it was good. Yeah. I was trying to get him a spot at a conference recently. Maybe I can convince him to put paper in. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you got. Yeah, I don't know. Nikhil could talk lots of cool stuff. He could talk about how he got React Server components working in Vite. That would be pretty good for a React conference. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Cache invalidation was something that I was looking at too. Yeah, I feel like I actually went to Tanner and I was like, okay, what does a universal cache API look like? Because, I mean, I said, look, I love React Query, but I think if the goal is to make it the same on the client and server and get away from the hook mentality, we need an interface that doesn't combine the cache with the hook. You got to keep the cache separate. So me and Tanner had a good discussion the other day about caches. He seems to know what he's talking about in that regard. Sure, I'll take a bite. Let me see here. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of little issues that are popping up. It's not the end of the world. Okay. I see. Yeah. Yeah, the basic React Cache API makes a lot of sense to me. The patching global fetch is to treat. Yeah, I understand the incentive. It's tricky, right? Because basically, Next is always been big on their static stuff, site generation, all this. So the cache is like doubling up. They got rid of get server side props and get static things to kind of do this unified model. And I feel like those are the gaps. I feel like if you're just like trying to do stuff where you expect most things can't be cached, which is the world I live in, then like this is not such a big deal. But yeah. People have asked me about this in the past, like this kind of zone, and I'm just like, I honestly can't tell you. I'm not used to people being able to cache data between users. I'm used to. I've worked on highly personalized sites my whole like product career. I worked in social media. Like everybody's stuff had to be all personalized for them. Feeds, suggestions, all the different kind of data flows. So like caching like this was never something that I even thought about. Yeah, I was thinking when I was talking about cache, I was thinking cache per request on the server, like the cache API, but it only lasts the length of the request, and then on the client, have an invalidation time period so that you can decide how long the cache works, and then you could use the unique link between the cache definition on the server and the client as a way of handling hydration without making the resources the vehicle for it, so to speak. And then you could simplify resources basically into just memo. And then, yeah, I started kind of going down this crazy path to think if we could basically create resource and just have async. Like I'd already kind of come up with an idea that you could have async reactivity. So is a resource just an async memo, so to speak, like a memo with an async function? And then if you combine that with a caching mechanism that handles the automatic serialization and streaming, could we just completely lower the number of concepts in Solid into something simpler and streamlined? I don't know if the answer is yes, but that was the thinking, because it'd be really cool, because then like you could just be like, look, you have signals, memos, effects. Oh, you need something async? Well, just make that thing an async function. Oh, you want it to work on hydration and caches? Add the cache API. Done. Like that, doesn't that sound like really easy and straightforward? Want it to run on the server? Wrap that thing in a server, or use server or something. Like, just we could drastically reduce the number of concepts in teaching Solid if I could kind of balance this thing. So, anyways, that was where the thinking was. Yes, the React cache is per request generally, but Next.js has a beyond per request cache that they're using with their fetch as well, so that they can use it almost like their ISR mechanism, where they can like cache stuff between requests. And I think that's where like this fun is coming in, because they want the ability to like, because they're also it's so they can do like preloading too, right? Because I mentioned that they don't really deal with waterfalls nicely. So this way, like when you hover a link, you can hit the RSC and basically server cache the page before you go to it. And then when you actually request the page, it's already warmed that cache. I believe that's part of the stuff that Next specifically has on their platform, because they wanted to get back to that speed of static. So they need the granular cache to exist beyond the single request. I could be wrong, but React cache is request only. But what Next is doing is a second layer. I was in a space with Dan, and he was like talking about patching fetch in React. And he's like, yeah, we're going to scale that back. But he's like, Next also has their own patching level that's like a level above it. Anyway. Yeah, we'll talk about it soon. Maybe we'll have Milo back. I mean, I've got some notes in a HackMD somewhere, but the idea is like, if you could mark, if you're doing lazy based reactive graphs, if you could throw a promise, I know sounds a bit like React, like if you basically, when you hit async read or something and you get a promise back and it hasn't resolved, then if you read that signal somewhere, inside another reactive context, it could throw and mark itself as being waiting on async. So if anything read it would also throw, and you could basically just pull through the graph that way, and then as stuff resolves, complete it. And what you'd get is something kind of where you don't have to null check, kind of like React suspense, but it would only block along the specific async graph. And as long as we were able to separate the pure part of reactivity from the side effects, like where it's read, you could actually hold up running those side effects. It's basically like a more primitive way of looking at how something like suspense works. And that's sort of where my thinking is at. Milo's actually already implemented something very similar for the company he's working at right now. So we're just kind of like figuring out how to pull this back into the Solid 2.0 core. Yes, is what I was talking about there. Yeah, I've had this idea for a couple months now. Yeah, this is a good idea. Maybe I can find, I don't know who the right guest is. Like I'd love to have like maybe like Michael Mockney explained IMP to me so well. It's amazing. But yeah, I got some good contacts over on the Chrome team, so I'm sure we could probably find the right person to talk to. Anyway, it's 5 o'clock. I'm gonna go eat some pizza.